success. It was a splash, so many new contracts, so many new commitments. So this was also about implementing. Last year, planning, this year, implementing. And then the support for Ukraine, of course, continuing, extremely important. And I expect allies today to again commit multi-year. We will see exactly what comes out of it, but my expectation is that we will come out with a strong commitment to keep on supporting Ukraine. What this leads to is a NATO which is truly transformed. If you look at it from the United States perspective, you will have European allies which are much more capable to, with the US, work together in NATO to keep 1 billion people safe. President Trump has been able to finally get done what since Eisenhower American presidents tried to do, which was to equalize defense spending between Europe and the United States. It is now happening. On this trajectory, 5%, we already reached the 4% this year, which is amazing. Of course, not only because of President Trump, also because of the Russian threat. But let's be honest, President Trump encouraging European allies and Canada to do this has really helped. And it is delivering. I think this is absolutely important. So a much stronger NATO, a much stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. NATO 3.0. And then I also expect allies today to discuss Iran. I expect allies today to discuss Iran. I expect allies today to reconfirm that Iran should never, ever get its hand on a nuclear capability. And secondly, that the principle of the freedom of navigation, so the Strait of Hormuz, completely opening up again is a sine qua non, is crucial for all 32 allies. So with that, I'm happy to take a few questions. Sure. I cannot hear you. Is there a microphone somewhere? Oh, sorry. Then I'll just listen better.
Talking about Greenland sovereignty and again putting troops in Europe. This alliance doesn't
On that issue, we discussed this at length in Davos. As you know, we have a process in place. I think he absolutely has a point that Iran, sorry, not Iran here, it's China and Russia gaining access to the Arctic. So it is crucial that as an alliance, and this is what we agreed in Davos, work together to make sure that doesn't happen. And also when it comes to Denmark and Greenland itself, we have a good process in place.
Secretary General Steve CBC, thank you, sir.
Good to
He's
see you.
already said he's very disappointed with NATO in his opening comments, disappointed with them regarding Iran, disappointed regarding the lack of action from NATO allies over Iran, despite your best efforts yet again to explain to the President how much Europe is spending, how much Canada is spending, and what support could be available for Iran. Is it falling on deaf ears? And actually, he said he doesn't even want to be here without Mr. Erdogan's intervention.
Well, hey, listen, we know that there is disappointment on the American side when it comes to Iran, and it has to do with isolated cases. At the same time, we see up to 5,000 sorties from European bases. It's implementing all the bilateral basing agreements. It is, again, Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States. That's happening. And when it comes to the money and the spending, I mean, Europe now equalizing with the United States. It is this president who encouraged us to do this, very forcefully. Of course, there is also the Russian threat, which forces us to do this on the European side of NATO. And I think this is a big win for the American president. He has been extremely successful, pushing for this since Trump 45, now achieving it in Trump 47. Yes, sir.
What is your reaction on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary, because when you have a ceasefire and Iran is basically violating the ceasefire, we've seen what happened yesterday with ships being attacked, I think it is totally crucial that the US forcefully reacts.
Do you think that the current level of Allied forces in Poland is enough to deter Russia?
But you know, what we have to do is forces, we need the kits, so the defense industrial output, we need everything. And are you from Poland? Your country is investing heavily in its armed forces. You have already basically achieved all the targets. You are reforming your armed forces as we speak. You know there is a strong US commitment to Poland. We have heard this from every senior politician in the US. But of course we have to look and make sure every day that we are as strong as possible. Yes, there, over there.
In the Washington Summit declaration 2 years ago, Russia was described as the most significant and direct threat to the ally security. And back in The Hague, the allies just mentioned a long-term threat posed by Russia to Euro-Atlantic security. Do you expect even softer language in this declaration and doesn't represent the shift in the alliance?
I expect again for today to acknowledge collectively that Russia is the long-term threat to NATO territory. But hey, you have to read the declaration when it comes out. But I have clear expectations that the long-term threat of Russia will again be noted. Yes, please.
Sorry, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. You say that this summit is about delivery. What is the single most important outcome that you're expecting to see out of the summit? Are we expecting to see something like 5% defense pledge like we saw at the summit in Hague? Are we expecting?
But this is about delivering on the pledge. The 5% pledge was there. What we are now doing is delivering on the 5% pledge. And the amazing news is that already this year in 2026, we have, when you combine the core defense spending and the defense-related spending, we have already reached 4% on a 10-year trajectory. In 1 year, Canada and Europe getting to the 4%. And that means huge increases in core defense spending, also increases, of course, in defense-related spending. But then on the priority, given the fact that spending is going up and so much money is now coming in, also noting that we need to keep the support for Ukraine going, I think the main issue yesterday, today, is defense industrial output. Because in the end, you cannot defend yourself with dollars or pounds or euros or liras here in Turkey. You have to protect yourself with men and women in uniform. You have to recruit them, and you need the defense industrial output. This was the problem. It's not completely solved, not in the US, not in Europe. We still need more defense industrial output, but we are really getting so far ahead already this year. You've seen it yesterday. Two more questions.
You said yesterday you invoked the spirit of the World Cup and talked about NATO being one team. And yet, as we've heard, Donald Trump saying he could pull US troops out of Europe. He wants to take hold of Greenland again. Do you take his threats seriously, or do you still think that he is a committed member of the team?
He is completely committed to there is complete commitment of the United States to NATO, but there was one, and still to a certain extent, is one expectation. So the commitment is there, no doubt. Also because NATO is there in the US interest to prevent, for example, the nuclear submarines of Russia to end up on the shores of the United States. The US, to stay safe, needs to secure Atlantic, Europe and Arctic. So there is complete commitment to NATO. But hey, there's also an expectation. And the expectation was and is that the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their spending with the United States, which I think, and many of the colleagues in the room today think, is completely fair. Now, the good news is, and this is the big win today, it's a loss for Putin, it is a win for President Trump, that the Europeans and the Canadians are doing exactly that. Final question. Sir, with the hat.
Lauri from Finland.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah. What is your message to Russia and Vladimir Putin? They are carefully following NATO Summit here in Ankara. What is your message?
My message is that this alliance of 1 billion people living in Europe, living in Canada, living in the United States, that this alliance will defend every inch of our territory, that you cannot win from NATO. We are defensive, we will never attack anyone, we will only defend our way of life, our democracies, our territory, so don't fool with us, don't play with us. Thank you so much, and I'll see you after the conference at my press conference. Looking forward to that. Take care.
Gerçekten çok
Just be mindful of the camera.
Here?
Yeah. Please. Morning, Prime Minister. Welcome.
How are you?
It's a lovely morning.
It's a lovely morning. That's the first of May. Oh, that's lovely. Where you headed so back?
Start and thank President Erdogan and Secretary General Rutte for this, President for his amazing hospitality, Secretary General for organizing this meeting. It takes place at a context where the threats that we face are changing rapidly, both in terms of the nature of warfare, hybrid warfare, hypersonic missiles, autonomous warfare, and also the direct threats that we face in terms of hybrid warfare. Russia is a direct adversary. Burdens are shifting. Burdens are shifting away from the United States towards Canada, towards Europe. You see a big, I'll speak for Canada, a big increase in our defense spending. It was only before I became Prime Minister 18 months ago, we were spending 1.5% of GDP on defense. It's now going to be 4% in the next 2 years. That gives an order of magnitude. We just completed our largest defense procurement with submarines, announced it 2 days ago. So the burdens are shifting, capacities are building. Capacities are building, and one thing I'd emphasize, and then I'll take one or two questions, is that those capacities are building on a regional basis. So if you're Canada, focus obviously on North American security and the crescent that runs through the Arctic down into the Baltics, and we will be announcing today the extension of our Operation Reassurance in Latvia. That's the type of approach of a modern NATO. That's the approach that meets the new threats that we face.
Despite your best efforts, despite your interesting relationship with the US President, can we say that? He doesn't want to be here. He said as much. He said he would only be here on the basis of that. He wanted to be here with Mr. Erdogan as well. Do you think actually the US is pulling out of NATO or wants to pull out of NATO quicker than we can fill in the gaps?
The first thing, I spoke at length with President Trump on Sunday prior to coming here. The president wants to see that shift in burden. I would remind that President Obama wanted to see that shift in burden, and it's appropriate that there is that shift. It's happening. That momentum is picking up, and it will proceed. And the president's here. He's in a good mood, and we're looking forward to the president. I'll take one last question then.
US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, the first is I would observe that, in effect, a period of extreme de-escalation, shall I put it, had been put in place for the funeral. Iran had been acting irresponsibly, attacking Saudi and Qatari targets particularly. There has been a response as appropriate. We look to de-escalation of the hostilities, but it underscores the scale of the threats and the enduring threats the alliance faces. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Ses deneme.
Onlar düşürdüler. Evet, kapattılar hatta.
Morning. It's very important to meet here today at this Ankara Summit. Last year at The Hague was an historic summit with a lot of new commitments, and this year we're showing everyone that we're delivering with a stronger Europe and also a stronger NATO to protect our area against the threat mainly coming from Russia. And I'm very happy to be here with all our allies.
What is the Iran ceasefire dead, and will this overshadow this summit?
No, it's very important that we continue to work for a diplomatic solution to the Iran war. Everyone is working very hard on that, and we're confident that we can reach a final deal.
Time for Europe to actually better coordinate its policies. There's pushback against Ankara from some of the national leaders, and vice versa. Commission versus the national governments, just too often.
I think over the past year, Europe has shown that with greater unity, we can actually better protect our own continent and be a stronger form. Yes, for sure. If you see, we have tripled our defense spending. A lot of other countries have also increased it massively. And over the past few days, we've seen many deals on military cooperation between European allies, showing that a stronger Europe is also in the benefit of all of us.
Trump yesterday voiced once again his disappointment about European allies. Why do you think that he will leave this summit satisfied?
We're definitely showing with a lot of European countries that we've stepped up our plate and that everything that we are doing is not only in favor of the European security but also for the United States. We have a lot of capabilities that are crucial for the United States as well, and companies from Europe and America are getting in closer cooperation for stepping up the defense industry. So it is in the interest of the United States to be part of this stronger NATO alliance. I'm absolutely confident about that. Thank you very much.
President Trump's threat to withdraw even more troops from Europe over Greenland?
Well, we've shown over the past few months that we are quite capable to defend this continent ourselves, but obviously with the help of the Americans, and we are redesigning NATO to NATO 3.0, and we're doing a great job, I think. Thank you very much.
Ja. U zegt dat de aanval op Iran de afgelopen nacht absoluut noodzakelijk was.
We hebben natuurlijk een fragiel staakt het vuren in het Midden-Oosten. Met af en toe beschietingen over en weer. Het is ook belangrijk om dan te laten zien dat je niet accepteert dat dat staakt het vuren wordt geschonden. En tegelijkertijd moet je er ook voor zorgen dat je dan ook weer alle diplomatieke druk erop zet om de gesprekken weer voort te zetten. Zodat er ook een blijvende oplossing komt voor deze oorlog. Nederland staat met andere landen ook klaar om in die straat van Hormuz de vrije scheepvaart weer mogelijk te maken. En dat is uiteindelijk voor de hele wereld belangrijk. Dank u wel.
Morning. So I think it's obvious for everybody that the world has become more insecure. Therefore, we need a strong NATO. We need an even stronger NATO. We are still the strongest alliance, and let's keep it that way. So my main message today will be, of course, the importance of rearming Europe. We need to step up. Secondly, we need a stronger industrial base in Europe and transatlantic in the US. And thirdly, we need to help Ukraine even more, put more pressure on Russia, and ensure that the only right winner of this war, of course, will be Ukraine. I think everybody knows that it's difficult times, and therefore our unity and our willingness to stand together in this world is maybe more important than ever seen before.
Trump yesterday pointed out at Greenland once again. What is your reaction to this? How do you want to convince him today that hands off Greenland?
Yeah, I heard the US president yesterday, and I think the US position is unfortunately very clear on this topic. And our position is as clear as it has been all through. Greenland is, of course, not for sale. We hope that all, including all allies, will respect the Greenlandic people's right for self-determination. And we are a sovereign state, and we need everybody to respect our territorial integrity and our sovereignty.
Is Denmark ready to militarily defend Greenland? An extraordinary premise, but is it ready to militarily defend Greenland if there is an attack from any party?
We are ready to defend every inch of NATO, including our own territory. But one of the reasons why we have built NATO many, many years ago is if anything happens to one of us, then everybody should stand up for each other. I mean, Article 5 is our insurance. It goes for the eastern flank right now with the hybrid war coming in from Russia. It goes for US when they were attacked 9/11, and the same goes for Greenland if anything happens in our direction.
But against any party, whether it's a foe or whether it's an erstwhile friend, you will defend every inch of Greenland?
Of course we will defend the Kingdom of Denmark. Excuse me?
How committed do you think the US is to Article 5 as it stands?
I haven't heard that they are not committed to Article 5, and I mean, from a European perspective, I mean, I would not be able to secure my people without NATO. And I think the same goes for US. It is because of NATO that our people, transatlantic, can be safe. And that will be the same in the future. Thank you.
Добро утро! Днешната среща на върха в Анкара се провежда в един важен момент на дълбока трансформация на Алианса, който отразява необходимостта и, разбира се, амбицията на европейските страни членки да засилят своя принос в общите отбранителни способности на Алианса. Защото конфликтите в съседство, особено въоръжените сблъсъци в Украйна и в Близкият изток, ясно показват на европейските държави, че гарантирането на сигурността на техните граждани е неотменима отговорност и изисква системни усилия. Специално за България, с укрепването на нашия собствен национален отбранителен капацитет, страната ни се превръща в важен фактор на стабилност в критичния и стратегически важен за Алианса Черноморски регион. И в тази връзка страната ни съсредоточава своите усилия за изграждане на собствени отбранителни способности, но и за развитие на нашата отбранителна индустрия и наука. Постигането на целта на НАТО за 5% от брутният вътрешен продукт за отбрана за нас означава развитие не само на класическите отбранителни способности, но и инвестиции в инфраструктура, в свързаност, в дигитална устойчивост и киберсигурност. И много важно е, че днес се провежда тук и форумът на отбранителните индустрии, защото това дава възможност за преодоляване на фрагментацията в европейската отбранителна индустрия. Дава възможност Разбира се, този въпрос ще бъде обсъден, но аз искам да кажа, че редица български правителства подкрепяха системно и всестранно Украйна с и финансова, и медицинска, и хуманитарна, и военна подкрепа. Но всички български политици, които най-много обещаваха финансова подкрепа за Украйна, направиха много малко за развитие на нашата икономика и за осигуряване на средства в нашия бюджет. Така че България ще подкрепя финансово Украйна в рамките на нашите възможности, без това, разбира се, да влияе върху социалните разходи и трябва да отчитаме големият дефицит, който ни завещаха предишните управления. Нашата позиция е, че Европа трябва да осигури такива възможности, че хората в Гренландия да се самоопределят и аз мисля, че може да бъде намерено едно рационално решение, така че Гренландия и в момента предоставя възможност за базиране на военна техника, за базиране на военни способности на нейна територия, така че просто този процес може да бъде разширен. Не, тази тема периодично избухва. Аз не очаквам това да се случи и мисля, че Европа стои единна зад Дания в този спор. I believe that the global security challenges are pushing us to stay united. We don't have other choice. But we need to stay very reasonable. We need comprehensive assessment of the security challenges. And that's why we need to take into account all the security circumstances. And we need to stay united, of course. But we need to lead and we need to organize our policy in this manner, not to escalate. Not to escalate in Ukraine, not to escalate in Iceland, not to escalate in the Middle East.
What is your message to Russia and Vladimir Putin? Russia is shooting ballistic missiles on Kyiv every week, every night. What is your message to the Kremlin?
My message is clear. I mean, we, the collective West, have been trying to achieve a conventional victory over the biggest nuclear power without having enough capabilities to counter their hypersonic missiles. And this is increasing dramatically the risk of escalation. This is increasing dramatically the risk of involving nuclear answer. And this is very, very dangerous. That's why we need to develop conditions as soon as possible for diplomacy and peace and not to escalate.
Threat to the alliance?
This is This is the statement from the summit from 2022. But again, we need to find all the conditions that lead to peace, sustainable and just peace. Thank you.
Bulgaria declared that it stopped its military aid to Ukraine. How can you describe the cooperation, defense cooperation?
I cannot please hear your question, please. Could you come closer?
How can you describe currently the Bulgarian-Ukrainian military cooperation? Because Bulgaria stopped its military aid, it declared it.
Yes, I have just said that we have exhausted our capabilities to provide military support. I mean weapons and munitions from the warehouses of the Bulgarian armed forces. We have provided 13 packages. We don't have anything less to supply to Ukraine. What we can do, this is technical military assistance. What does it mean? We can guarantee that we can accept military equipment to be repaired in Bulgaria. This is our support. Thank you.
Yeah, my colleague is welcome.
Obrony Narodowej pana Kosiniaka-Kamysza. Ja o to zabiegam od 3 września, od pierwszej wizyty w Stanach Zjednoczonych. Pan prezydent Trump wypełnia swoje deklaracje. Teraz już wszystko przed Polskim Ministerstwem Obrony Narodowej. Można powiedzieć, że ta autostrada do stałej obecności wojsk amerykańskich w Polsce na poziomie prezydentów, na poziomie politycznym jest otwarta. Wczoraj rozmawiałem z wieloma liderami świata podczas kolacji, naszymi sojusznikami. Wśród nich był także oczywiście prezydent Zełenski. Być może jeszcze będzie okazja dzisiaj, aby porozmawiać. Wydaje mi się to naturalne, że państwa, które są sąsiadami, które mają wspólnego wroga, jakim jest Federacja Rosyjska, pozostają ze sobą w dialogu, niezależnie od pewnych napięć bilateralnych.
Donald Trump is impressed by all of these billions of pounds and euros of money that's being invested in weapons since last year? Or do you think that there's a risk that he will only want to protect allies like Poland, that really is stepping up to meet this new 5% target, and maybe not be so helpful to support allies like the UK that aren't going so quickly?
Madam, you have to ask Mr. President Donald Trump about his opinion. I can only repeat that President Donald Trump is a real friend of Poland, and our cooperation is on the highest level. Dyskutowaliśmy wczoraj z prezydentem Zełenskim kurtuazyjnie. Dzisiaj być może powtórzymy tą dyskusję. Oczywiście stanowisko w kwestiach, które dotyczą naszych bilateralnych napięć, dla mnie jest niezmienne. Polska i myślę, że cała Europa nie może traktować odwoływania się do żołnierzy UPA, którzy odpowiadają za śmierć 120 000 Polaków. Natomiast to nie wyklucza naszego dialogu, naszej dyskusji. To jest rzecz oczywista w świecie dyplomacji, że jeszcze raz to powtórzę, pozostajemy w dialogu, a także odczuwamy wspólne zagrożenie za sprawą Federacji Rosyjskiej. Ukraina jest w wojnie z Federacją Rosyjską. Polska przez wiele wieków była w wojnie, w konflikcie z Federacją Rosyjską, więc jest ten punkt odniesienia i zrozumienia tej sytuacji. I hope so. We are here to solidify each other in NATO, so the President Trump and United States of America are the linchpin, the fundament of NATO, and transatlantic relations are most important to solidify the NATO.
He's weakening the alliance when he talks about things like Greenland or troop withdrawals.
Allies can solve the problems inside the NATO, and I'm sure that we will solve the problems around the many international issues. Thank you very much.
chodí poslední, ale absolutně nejdůležitější byla Georgia, která přišla úplně poslední. Už tam nebyl pan prezident Erdogan, který vítal všechny, už tam byl jenom viceprezident, tak to byl první moment. No a potom samozřejmě jsme se vítali se všema, hlavně manželky, některé se neviděli dlouho, takže bylo to jako velice fajn a my jsme měli s Monikou možnost mluvit s prezidentem Trumpem, tak jsme se ptali, kde je Melanie, no tak prezident Trump nám vysvětloval, že samozřejmě pro ní chodit sem na otočku, že ty cesty jsou únavné. Prezident Trump je velice pyšný na Melanii kvůli tomu filmu, který natočila, takže jsme ji pozdravovali. No a potom tam byli všichni, takže já jsem samozřejmě gratuloval norskému premiérovi Haalandovi, protože jsme si psali, když vyhráli, takže no a mluvili jsme se všema de facto, takže potom u stolu jsme seděli se Zelenskými, s námi tam byla dánská premiérka, bulharský premiér, já jsem seděl vedle lotyšského prezidenta Rinkěviče, který má dlouholeté zkušenosti z NATO, takže využil jsem to k tomu. Mluvil jsem s polským prezidentem, jsem se optal, kdy konečně už budeme mít velvyslance v Praze, protože tam mají podobné vztahy prezident a premiér, jak u nás. Tak jo, využil jsem to vlastně k tomu, abych neformálně se s nimi pobavil, takže bylo to příjemné. Bavili jsme se samozřejmě, bylo zajímavé, že Zelenský dostali menu v bulharštině, jak jsme zjistili potom u stolu, takže neměli v ukrajinštině, takže bylo to o jídle, bylo to o všem možném, ale určitě to nebylo o výdajích na NATO, to určitě ne.
Otázku, jak vypadala konkrétně ta debata s panem Zelenským, jestli máte, můžete k tomu něco blíže říci.
My jsme seděli tak, že Monika seděla tady a seděla vedle paní Zelenské a Zelenský seděl, takže já jsem seděl vedle Rinkěviče, takže se Zelenským jsme se bavili o jídle a o tom, že ten jídelníček nebyl v ukrajinštině.
Takže Ukrajiny se neptal pan prezident a nepozval vás na Ukrajinu?
Ne. Vůbec nikdo nemluvil o výdajích. Já jsem se bavil samozřejmě lotyšským prezidentem o jeho názor. Co je důležité, byl projev Zelenského, který mluvil o tom, že Ukrajina je schopná vlastně zasáhnout všechny ruské rafinérie na celém území a že v podstatě jsou vybaveny velice dobře z drony, ale co je hlavní problém, že nemají protibalistickou ochranu a vyzval vlastně Evropu, aby investovala do balistické ochrany, že ty patrioty je potřeba taky mít v Evropě a všeobecně převládá atmosféra, že vlastně vojensky je třeba donutit Rusko k jednání. No tak uvidíme, jak dneska ty projevy, to už bude vážná debata, že se opakuju na neformální večeři, vůbec nikdo tohle jako neřešil tyhle věci. No. Mluvil jsem i samozřejmě ze všema, co tam byli, jsem mluvil.
Budete zmiňovat v tom svém projevu i to, jak by měla Česká republika navyšovat výdaje na obranu, i teda v kontextu, že právě bylo zveřejněno podle odhadu na to, že by Česko mělo mít letos výdaje na obranu 2,01%, tak jak vnímáte tady ty odhady, které jsou teď nově zveřejněné a bude tedy Česko plnit ty 2% letos?
Já si myslím, že tento rok 2% vlastně nedosáhneme, protože jsme zdědili ten rozpočet s dírou 90 miliard a my jsme se museli rozhodnout, jestli zastavíme veškeré dálnice a obchvaty nebo navýšíme další výdaje. To, co se dělo na obraně v minulosti, je skutečně velice netransparentní. Takže my určitě chceme, aby to bylo transparentní, aby tam nekupovali nějaké podivné kuchyně prodražené. No a na příští rok určitě v rozpočtu budou 2%, bude tam navýšení o 36 miliard, ale doufáme, že teda obrana zásadním způsobem vlastně změní to pořizování toho vojenského materiálu.
Toho zvyšování do roku 2035, protože to je jedno z témat summitu, jak Česká republika, než by to byla Česká republika, ale jak ty země členské vlastně dojdou k tomu zvýšení, k tomu cíli.
Já chápu Spojené státy, je potřeba si uvědomit, že kde jsme. Spojené státy vydávají ročně 1000 miliard dolarů na zbrojení. 1000 miliard dolarů je 21 500 miliard korun. Jo, takže my, pokud se budeme příští rok někde pohybovat kolem až 200 miliard nebo 194 miliard podle odhadu HDP, tak vydáváme 1% výdajů Spojených států na zbrojení. Oni příští rok chtějí to navýšit na 1500 miliard dolarů, takže jako ta atmosféra je, všichni mluví o válce, všichni mluví o zbrojení a zatím jsem neslyšel slovo mír teda včera vůbec.
Že vlastně se musí vojensky donutit Rusko k jednání, jste teď řekl.
Ano.
Tak já se chci ptat právě i v tomto. Je asi třeba navyšovat ty výdaje, třeba tedy toto zvýšit a jak vlastně Česká republika, jak vaše vláda toto vnímá?
Ale
protože...
my nejsme ve válce. Ve válce je Ukrajina, které pomáhá NATO a jestli donutíme Rusko vojensky jednání, to já nevím, to ukáže čas.
A je tedy v plánu, že Česká republika bude postupně navyšovat ty výdaje na obranu, když příští rok chcete ty 2%, ale v tom roce 35 má být až 3,5 těch tvrdých?
To HDP roste, takže my jsme na 2%, nikdy nebyly splněny, takže my je chceme splnit a my samozřejmě potřebujeme peníze i na nemocnice, na zdravotnictví, potřebujeme peníze na navýšení platu policistů. My potřebujeme vnitřní bezpečnost, jo, takže my jsme na 2%, nikdy nebyly splněny, my se o to pokusíme příští rok a uvidíme. Já chápu, že Spojené státy tohle prosazují velice striktně, hlavně, aby jsme nakupovali jejich zbraně. Evropa, Macron vlastně říká zase něco jiného. Tak uvidíme dneska ty projevy. Já budu mluvit jeden z posledních, protože jsme na tom třetí nejhorší. Oni dodržují přesně, tak uvidíme, jaké ty projevy budou. No.
Včera s panem prezidentem ohledně toho, jak dneska to jednání Severoatlantické rady bude vypadat, v jakém formátu, i z protokolárních nějakých ohledů?
Nemluvil, on byl na večeři dřív než já, my jsme přišli až potom, já jsem mu podal ruku, ale spolu jsme nemluvili.
O kterém mluvil pan ministr Macinka?
To je záležitost pana Macinky, který našel nějaké peníze, které mě byly určeny.
Máte konkrétní částku?
Nějaká menší částka je to, které byly určeny pro Ukrajinu, ale jelikož my jsme se zavázali, že nebudeme dávat peníze Ukrajině a budeme pokračovat ty možnosti, tak on ty peníze poslal vlastně na ten program PURL, ale je to jednorázová menší částka, nevím, jak velká je. We are finishing.
Vůči tomu se velmi ostře ohradil váš koaliční partner, předseda SPD a sněmovny, v tom je Okamura.
V pátek, tak určitě si to vyříkáme. Jo, mějte se hezky. No.
Ten tady vůbec neřešil výdaje na obranu a tak dále, bavili jste se pouze.
Trump je stále stejně příjemný a bavili jsme se o Melánii a o filmu. Prosím vás, na večeři nebylo nic o výdajích NATO, nikoho to na večeři nezajímalo. Byli jsme tam s manželkami, bavili jsme se o jídle, o plno věcech, o fotbalu, Haaland, Genius a tak dále. Jo.
Zazní ta kritika na Česku, že se neplní ty 2%. Čekáte tu kritiku dneska na té formální části?
Uvidíme, my obhajujeme plnění výdajů minulé vlády, ale my vystupujeme za Českou republiku, takže určitě Fialovou vládu pomlouvat nebudeme. Jo? Mějte se hezky, na shledanou.
Good morning, everybody. I have a couple of points to make before NATO Ankara Summit. The first one is that allies should increase the defense expenditure. For example, Estonia invests in defense almost 7% this year. So this is also the expectations to our allies that to increase the capabilities and defense expenditure as already promised in Hague. Second is that NATO needs strong forward defense against Russia. Russia is a credible and acute threat to everybody, and strong forward posture, strong defense, different countries stands up against it. And also We need to increase our capabilities in defense industry because we're still lagging behind compared to other countries. And the third one is that we should take concrete goals, mention them, and take concrete goals in helping of Ukraine. Because for us and for Europe, for NATO, Ukraine is fighting for us the rule-based world and the freedom. The blood is spilled for us also. Estonia has taken the commitment to help Ukraine by 0.25% per year, but last year it was already 0.35% because we always add more because we can do more. So I expect this summit also to mention this and take concrete goals. So thank you, and I hope this will be an excellent summit.
Prime Minister, do you fear that actually the US wouldn't be there for Estonia despite all the efforts you're making? And could you just tell us a little bit about the threats you are facing on a regular basis from Russia?
Every prime minister has his tenure and his time. Mine has been pretty much involved in different security incidents with Russia because when we decoupled, desynchronized our energy grids from Russia, the Baltic energy grids, and synchronized ourselves with Central Europe, then at that moment we needed NATO's help on the sea because Russia's shadow fleet was hitting our subsea cables between Estonia and Finland and so on. So I called Secretary General Mark Rutte, so did Alex Stubb from Finland, and our military guys interacted. And right now, as we are here, speaking here, we have NATO operation ongoing, or vigilance activity ongoing in the Baltic Sea. That was one. Second one was when the MiGs, Russian fighter jets, entered Estonian airspace. And that moment, NATO's air policing went up. Italian F-35s, the most modern they are, went up and diverted and escorted Russian planes out. And we have had different incidents. For example, air policing from Romania shot down one drone on Estonian territory and so on. So, if you're asking, is NATO working, and if I'm confident that NATO is working, I'm absolutely confident, because on the military level, I'm from the practical side. I'm not talking what if, because I know NATO is working. We have operations on the sea. We have air policing, which will be changed to air defense this summit. So I'm quite assured that America will be there. And President Trump has said quite robustly also with the Russian incidents that when asked, he will protect Baltics and Poland. So this is very important message also for us and also to Russia. Thank you. Thank you.
Malo tako da znaš koga će se pokaći malo. Da se osjeća to. Da, da se ne vidi što nismo pritisli. Good morning, welcome to the several words. More Kantianism than Machiavellism. Today I would like to say that the motto, stronger Europe, stronger NATO, in my thoughts is that enlarged, united Europe is stronger Europe. But the strongest Europe is Europe living in peace and democracy based on principles and values. That's my message. Thank you.
Kako komentirate in pa kakšne načrte boste danes predstavili? Gospod Rutte pričakuje konkretne načrte.
To je, ne vem že kateri moj NATO vrh, ne, in prvič je Slovenija v poziciji, ko malo sklanjamo glave, ne toliko zaradi številk, ampak predvsem zaradi prelomljenih obljub. So države, ki so blizu nas, pa niso tako vehementno nekaj obljubljale, pa podpisovale, pa potem tega ne izpolnile in to je po mojem večji problem, ker kar se NATO tiče, NATO bolj skrbi za našo varnost, kot Slovenija skrbi za varnost NATO. Vsem jasno. In je pošteno, da tudi mi oddelamo svojo domačo nalogo in prispevamo svoj delež. Zdaj, kako priti iz te situacije, čez noč se to ne da, ne? Slovenija ima svoje javnofinančne probleme, imamo probleme zdaj celo z rebalansom, zaradi tega, ker Ustavno sodišče ne odloči, ali bo referendum o razvojnem zakonu ali ne bo. In tam so veliki finančni učinki, brez tega je nemogoče planirati proračunsko leto ali pa ga popravljati, tako da izkoriščam to priložnost, čeprav ni mogoče pravo mesto za apel na Ustavno sodišče, da odloči, kakorkoli pač odloči. Oni so neodvisni v tem, kako odločijo, niso pa neodvisni v tem, da odločajo. In država zaradi tega stoji. In tudi tega problema glede obrambnih izdatkov ne moremo reševati, dokler nimamo čiste slike. Je pa jasno, da bo neke stvari potrebno narediti. Zdaj, prvo, kar bomo obljubili, je to, da bomo držali besedo, da tisto, kar bomo rekli, bomo tudi naredili, da ne bomo golfali, kot je prejšnja vlada, pa kot obrambne izdatke predstavljali nekaj, kar to ni, čeprav je klasifikacija jasna. In od te točke bomo šli naprej. Nemogoče pa je vse, kar je bilo obljubljeno, pa ne izpolnjeno, zdaj izpolniti v letošnjem letu, so tudi druge prioritete. In
danes na mizo, kar je bilo rečeno tudi strani generalnega sekretarja Rutteja, da naj bi članice vse konkretne načrte jasne danes predstavile.
Načrti so bili narejeni že prej, obljube so bile danes, Slovenija sprejela zaveze in mogoče bo nekatere od teh zavez možno delno korigirati, drugače jih je pa enostavno treba izpolniti. In bo šlo za časovnico, ampak danes ni čas in prilika za zelo konkretne pogovore. Bo pa to izpolniti težje. Recimo, ko je na začetku prejšnjega mandata Golobova vlada prekinila pogodbo za oklepnike Boxer, ki jih je prej Slovenija obljubljala NATO že ne vem koliko časa, je plačala kazen za to. Poleg tega so se pa podražili. Danes je po 4 letih zaradi znanih razlogov in situacije v svetu, je približno tak oklepnik praktično še enkrat dražji. Tukaj se postavlja tudi vprašanje, ne samo politične odgovornosti tistih, ki so Slovenijo pripeljali v situacijo, da bo morala zdaj še enkrat dražje plačati nekaj, kar smo že zdavno obljubili.
Ustrajala pri tem načrtu nakupa zdaj Patria ali bo tla prišlo do kakšnih sprememb?
Najhuje, kar je dejstvo, ravno kar sem govoril z obrambnim ministrom, da prejšnja vlada ni prišla niti do izbora, do odločitve. 4 leta so obljubljali, pa proučevali druge možnosti, rekli so, da bodo boljše. Dejstvo je, da niso zbrali nobene, da so zdaj vrste daljše, da so cene podvojene in da je to velik problem, tako v smislu časovne kot finančne dimenzije.
Glede nakupa 8-kolesnikov oziroma teh vozil?
Postopke je treba peljati naprej tam, kjer so jih prekinili pred 4 leti. Zdaj, kakšen bo izbor, pa kakšne so možnosti tudi financiranja, kreditiranja, ker to rabimo, glede na javno finančno situacijo, jaz v tem trenutku ne vem še.
glede gospoda Grimsa. Danes naj bi EPP odločala o njegovi izključitvi. Kako to komentirate in pa, če bo izključen, ga boste tudi iz vaše stranke SDS izključili?
Torej, jaz upam, da do te izključitve ne bo prišlo. Zdaj, gospod Grims je v ponedeljek, ko smo imeli sejo izvršilnega odbora, sam dejal, da ima v EPP-ju veliko prijateljev, tako da jaz računam, da te njegove besede držijo. Zdaj, on ni kršil pravil Slovenske demokratske stranke, on je član poslanske skupine v slovenskem parlamentu, je član poslanske skupine Evropske ljudske stranke, tam je prišlo do nekaterih notranjih kršitev, zdaj pa vsak klub ima svoje pravila. Niso pa to take stvari, ker ne gre za vsebino, po našem mnenju, da bi zaradi tega moral biti izključen. In jaz upam, da ne bo.
Se pozvala, naj odstopi in da ne bi škodoval vaši stranki.
Tista razprava je bila nekoliko daljša, kaj bi bilo, če bi bilo, pa mislim, da nismo še tam. Hvala lepa.
Good morning. So Norway is happy to participate at this NATO summit. We believe the important milestone is that the burden sharing is happening. Europe is taking a greater responsibility that is highly welcome, necessary for Norway's part. We are at 4.7% of our defense spending. Purely defense is 3.17%. Which is en route to reach the goals we set in The Hague. We are also having more integration of our defense capabilities. Yesterday's agreement between Norway, Germany and Canada about Canada's purchase of submarines, common fleet with Norway and Germany, is a clear illustration on how we can do these important undertakings together. Then the other topic here will be Ukraine. Our consistent support to Ukraine in this very critical moment so that they can continue to defend themselves. And I hope we will be making progress on these issues.
Prime Minister, despite your best Despite the efforts of other nations that are spending vast amounts more money, the US president has already said, well, he may pull out 80,000 troops from Europe, all the troops in Europe. How do you respond to that? He seems to be ignoring the evidence of what Europe is doing.
Well, I think, part of this is that the US has a broader agenda. The US has responsibilities beyond Europe. And this is not coming with President Trump. It's been in the books for a long time. Now it's happening. And it's happening in a way where Europe is stepping up. And I think we are doing that in a responsible way. The rhetoric of this leader or that leader, we have to live with that. But if you look at the evidence, Europe is stepping up, not only in the way we spend, but that we spend wisely. We don't duplicate each other, but we spend in capabilities.
All of its troops out of Europe. We are woefully undefended, aren't we?
Yeah, but I don't see the US pulling all of their troops out of Europe. It happens at time that President Trump is asking, what does NATO bring to the US? And I can tell you from Norway's perspective, a lot. We can demonstrate that what we do in the High North, in the Arctic, looking after, keeping calm, is of importance for our security, but also for the US homeland security. But I would like to say, because we live in a tense situation in Europe, this alliance is a threat to nobody, but it is made in a way that nobody should come up with the idea of threatening us. And that's why the summit is important to take stock. And I will reiterate again, it is of paramount importance to get a ceasefire and a fair and lasting peace for Ukraine.
A Russian spy plane dropping sonar buoys around a British HMS Prince of Wales aircraft carrier. Do you think that even though NATO is stepping up with its weapons spending, it's still failing to deter Russia under the threshold of conventional war, and actually that could ultimately lead to direct confrontation between Russia and the alliance?
Well, I think, this is just underlining the need to maintain capacity in the northern waters, that we have surveillance capacity, that we have a modern fleet. The major investment Norway is making in its defense will be in its navy. And we do that in very innovative cooperation now with our British allies, with our Canadian and German allies. And we welcome that our partners are sailing more in the northern waters, precisely to avoid incidents like that.
Igjen ønsker å overta Grønland, og sier det I går.
Nei, jeg sier det samme som tidligere. Jeg tar avstand fra den type uttalelser. Grønland er en del av kongeriket Danmark. Det er grønlendere og dansker som må avgjøre hvordan den utviklingen skal være. Og sikkerheten I Arktis, den tar vi vare på sammen. Der har vi gjort et viktig arbeid det siste året med USA og andre arktiske stater. Så den type utspill, den type påstander tar Norge avstand fra.
Vil forsvare Danmark med alt hun kan. Norge villig til å bidra og støtte Danmark I å forsvare landet?
Vi støtter Danmark, og vi støtter stabilitet I Norden. Der det avklarte grenser, avklarte forhold. Og selvfølgelig så har Danmark som vår nordiske og europeiske og NATO-partner vår fulle støtte. Thank you.
We meet here in Ankara today at a time of profound geopolitical uncertainty, and today's discussion is going to take place in the backdrop of a discussion regarding burden sharing at NATO, which goes back many years. It was President Trump during his first term who, in his own way, confronted European allies about the necessity to rebalance NATO in favor of a more European burden-sharing approach. And this is something which indeed has taken place over the past years, and I've always been a strong advocate of the concept of European strategic autonomy, not as a competitor to NATO, but as a strong European pillar that would strengthen the alliance across the board. In The Hague last year, we took important decisions regarding the milestones that we will set regarding defense spending. And I'm happy to report that my country, Greece, is already, as of this year, meeting the 3.5% defense target way ahead of schedule. We are currently implementing a 25 billion euro modernization program for our armed forces. My country is in a very delicate neighborhood facing geopolitical challenges. We have always kept our commitment to NATO spending even in times of deep austerity, and we're now one of the 5 countries leading NATO when it comes to defense spending. Finally, when it comes to the regional situation, let me express my hope and optimism that the truce between Iran and the United States will hold. It is critical to give diplomacy time to resolve this thorny issue, and at a time when the cost of living is the #1 priority for all European governments, we of course all hope that we will not have a new increase in tensions that will lead into a further increase in the price of oil.
The influence of Turkey within NATO and the fact that now the US president looks like he will allow F-35s to be bought by Turkey, does that upset the balance within the Eastern Mediterranean?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the statements made yesterday by President Trump and President Erdogan. All I can say is that an alliance needs to be based on the fundamental principle of good neighborly relations. And at a time when my country is still faced with an open threat of war by Turkey, should we exercise our legal right to expand our territorial waters, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that the sensitivities of all NATO allies need to be taken into consideration. After all, we are a defensive alliance, and I'm sure that these outstanding issues can be resolved in the spirit of good neighborly relations and in the spirit of cooperation.
In your neighbor country, did you like the food? Turkish
Sorry,
food?
I can't hear you. Speak up a little bit.
How did you find the Turkish summit in your neighbor country? How did you find the Turkish food?
I can't hear you. Sorry. I give you what I can tell you. It's always a pleasure to visit Ankara, and I've always been a big proponent of improving the relations between our two countries. Thank you.
Good morning. It's great to be here in Ankara for NATO Summit, and I think it's going to be very important that we reaffirm our commitment to 5%. Latvia is spending already 5%, and I will call on all my colleagues to do the same. But it's not only about money, it's also about capabilities, and I very much believe that those capabilities that we are lacking need to be fulfilled. And finally, I think it's important that we continue support for Ukraine. If Ukraine wins, we are all safer. If Ukraine has issues, the whole NATO, and especially my region, the Baltic region, is not so safe. So I do hope that despite all the differences that we have, we will agree on many things and we will pass all the disagreements for the past.
In a more aggressive and imminent threat from Russia towards your country at the moment, sir?
Frankly, I think that we do not expect any military attack like we saw it in Ukraine. What I should remind that we are actually under the permanent hybrid attack. And also what we need to remind to the world that it is very important that we address the shortfalls that we have. Air defense systems, anti-drone systems, but when it comes to the hybrid warfare, we need to be prepared. At the same time, what I'm noticing is also that Russia loves that we are scared. So what is important, that when we speak about any kind of threats against the eastern flank, we also need to say that NATO is going to stand behind. That if we say that there is going to be an attack, then we also need to say that we will fight. Latvia is going to fight, our neighbors are going to fight, but also the whole NATO is going to fight. Thank you.
Trump is still being rude about his European allies, still talking about Greenland, saying he might pull US troops out of Europe, even after allies have stepped up over the past 12 months.
I think that we have discussions and disagreements on some things. But what is important? Number one, that President Trump is here. Number two, that we have been able to agree on 5%, as I said, and we are spending. It is also very important that we discuss issues both in public but also in private. From our perspective, I would say that we see that we need to step up European effort, but it takes time. So the United States is indispensable ally. We need United States, but also United States need Europe. And I think that even when we discuss Iran or any other issues, we have seen that United States needed Europe, and also Europe needs the United States to secure eastern flank to help Ukraine. When it comes to Greenland, our position is very, very clear. And we see that Greenland is indispensable part of Denmark, but also we agree that we need to step up also the Arctic security. And that is something that NATO is prepared to do. And I would very much back also both the security of Arctic, but also Latvia is ready to contribute to the stabilization of Hormuz Straits. And we are working with the United States and with like-minded nations there. So you can find deals, and sometimes rhetoric helps to move faster than probably we would do that under different circumstances.
West NATO is not doing enough to support him in the air war. What more can NATO do?
It's a very easy answer, but probably it's very difficult to fulfill. We simply need to send more air defense missiles and equipment. And I think that Ukraine is doing great when it comes to air defense against drones, electronic warfare. But what we see, Russia still has advantage when it comes to ballistic and cruise missiles. And that is where the decision that I hope we will be endorsing later today about the next financial package for Ukraine will address that issue. But I think that answer is very easy. We should send more. The implementation is not so easy, and that's why this summit is very important, that it is very much focused also on industrial side, because we have money, but you can't fight with money. You have to invest in missiles, in equipment, and here I do hope we will be able to agree. Thank you. Thank you very much.
de Groenlândia e sobre a retirada dos soldados norte-americanos. Que confiança é que se pode ter ainda nestes Estados Unidos?
Bom, muito bom dia. Queria em primeiro lugar destacar que esta é uma cimeira onde será assumida a unidade da Aliança Atlântica, o respeito e a manutenção da prevalência do artigo 5º enquanto elemento absolutamente crucial da solidariedade e da partilha da política de segurança e defesa de todos os 32 Estados-membros da NATO. Em segundo lugar, é também uma cimeira onde se dá sequência ao reforço do pilar europeu dentro da NATO e dos compromissos de investimento de todos os países da Europa, no âmbito do qual Portugal tem vindo a assumir também a sua responsabilidade. Terminámos o ano 2025 cumprindo o objetivo de ter um investimento em defesa superior a 2%, o que só foi possível através de um esforço adicional da nossa parte, na sequência daquilo que tinha sido o nosso compromisso assumido na última cimeira. Estamos numa trajetória de cumprimento, o que acontece pela primeira vez desde 2014. Isso significa que, a par daquilo que são as nossas missões e a integração em muitas operações no âmbito da NATO, como acontece hoje na Roménia, na Eslováquia, na Lituânia, Portugal está à altura da sua responsabilidade enquanto parceiro e, naturalmente, também espera que, no âmbito da Aliança, os nossos interesses possam ser acautelados, nomeadamente no que diz respeito à segurança marítima, que é uma área na qual temos redobrado o empenho na defesa do nosso território, na defesa do nosso interesse estratégico e também na defesa do interesse de toda a Aliança Atlântica. Esta centralidade atlântica, também à volta da segurança marítima, é prioritária para nós e ficamos também muito satisfeitos por esta cimeira adotar como prioridade exatamente essa mesma política. Finalmente, dizer que é também uma cimeira que reitera o apoio à Ucrânia e que, com isso, podemos expressar também a vontade de materializar no terreno todo o apoio militar, político e económico à Ucrânia. Sobre a questão que coloca, para nós a situação é muito clara. Nós temos um compromisso de aliança para garantir a integralidade territorial de todos os Estados-membros da NATO face a países externos, a países terceiros. Ora, se nós temos esse objetivo para o exterior, naturalmente temos de o salvaguardar também no interior e creio que, independentemente das declarações e do contexto em que elas foram proferidas, não estará em causa de maneira nenhuma a integralidade territorial de nenhum Estado-membro da NATO, incluindo naturalmente a Dinamarca.
Por parte de Donald Trump, existe ou não algum rancor, com base naquilo que já veio dizer desde que chegou?
Creio que não.
Não há nenhuma desilusão, não há nenhum tópico por resolver?
Naquilo que eu já me pude perceber dos trabalhos até o momento, não me parece que haja razão para dizer isso.
É isso.
Solidariedade com Copenhague e solidariedade com o princípio de salvaguarda da integralidade territorial de todos os Estados-membros. Repito, se o fazemos com um contexto externo, é óbvio que, em primeiro lugar, devemos salvaguardá-lo também no contexto interno, é aquilo que acontece. Obrigado e bom trabalho. Obrigado.
Good morning, and it's really good to be here for what will turn out to be a very important NATO summit. With the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and recent developments in the Strait of Hormuz, there's a lot of really important issues for us to discuss and agree on action coming out of this summit. It's very important that as leaders we show the unity and the strength of NATO at a time like this, and that's what we'll do at this summit here this morning. Thank you. Thank you.
istiyorlar ama protokolden bir teyit almamız gerekiyor.
Bunu bir değiştirin oradakilerle. Bunun arkasında abi. Gençler burada. Hep mi oraya gidiyoruz? Daha bırakmayacağız mı? Yok abi.
Kayıda bakalım abi diyorum. NATO üyesi olan adamlar. NATO üye olmayan misafirlerden buradan geldi. Güney Kore var, Ukrayna var. Abi bez bağlayalım.
Türk şimdi mi? Gelirken zaten buradan gidiyor.
Abi Harun bir saat nöbetinde duracak burada, siz sonra kendi aranızda dönüştürün. Tamam mı?
Sana değişim gönderdim. Tamam. Bekle. Orada bekle.
Abi olur mu dedi? Olur mu dedi? Olur mu baksın? Bilmedim. Beyefendi.
Tamam, şurada deneye geçiş noktamız var. Şurada, evet, şu tam köşe. Evet, hızlı bir şekilde. Beyefendi ondan sonra giriş çıkarken arkadaşlarıma söylersiniz içeri girerken. Burası değil, şuradaki iki kişi var bak. O arkadaşlarıma söyleyin, bir kişiyi daha alıp geleceğim. Yardımcı olsun.
No, we cannot go through the middle. All the leaders will be there. Our way is like this.
I saw a big press group. Why are they entering through the gate? Has never been said. No. They have to come from there and enter here.
For the family photo.
For the family photo. The press group has come
Yes,
this way,
but
not there.
your team brought them inside.
Macron vardı ya. Macron mesela. Seni çekiyorlar.
Tamam.
Ben giremiyorum ki oraya. Beni sokmuyorlar oraya. Yok.
Monsieur le Président.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait là? Et on va voir. Et ce sera là hier. Oui. Et il avait prévenu. Après, je ne vois pas comment ça s'arrête. Je pense que c'est la limite de leur affaire. C'est que son métier sur tête, mais.
Si la Grèce fixe ici, la Norvège paye à la Grèce.
They'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just... We've had some very good meetings, in particular with Turkey and trade, and now we're meeting with everybody today. As you know, we're going to have a very big meeting with lots of leaders from, I think, every country, right? Every country showed up.
They're all there.
NATO country.
Yeah.
Plus, we have a couple that aren't in NATO that would like to be in NATO, I guess. But it's been very successful. It's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished today at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined, and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20 to 1, 20 times tougher. And I told them every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been #1 on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him first term. And that was a big thing because I think it probably would be a lot stronger had he been around because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs. You remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others. And they don't. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years. And we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw a thing this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. They're cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. Man, that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different. But we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany. I spoke to France. I spoke to UK. Spoke to Italy. I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Sure. Take it immediately. You don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working in Spain. In particular Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular Spain. They're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us, and the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us. And we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia. And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with the UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries want to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. It doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald. Let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the Presidential Palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe, degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again, the last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering, 258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see there is you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally fine.
The United Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated cases.
And Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
But still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue, without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they are implementing it. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks. Marco is leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes. When it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than one day, Hitler beat them out in one day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in one day, less than one day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either, you know, so what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, you know, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
But also your allies get it, thanks to you, and that is important. Yeah. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey, but you are here now.
Obama.
And you and Trump 45, and Trump 47. In total, more than $1.2 trillion. I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true.
$1.2 trillion extra spent by Canada and the
And I'm not only blaming NATO. They got a free ride, and
not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't, he would have said, you got to pay more. And same with Obama. Two bad presidents. But they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been, I mean, who knows? But who knows if they would have done it.
You made this happen, and it is a huge...
It should have happened years ago, and it couldn't. But Obama didn't do it, and Biden didn't do it, and frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the
He
Europeans.
tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in The Hague.
That's why I like him.
And you win now.
That's why I like him.
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened. Really,
do you have any questions?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings. Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
Great. And they love him.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. But I like Erdogan. I'll tell you, I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment. They're trying to get the F-35s. But he didn't go in. He wanted it. He would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane and they happen to be very crazy. But so I think, you know, they treated us right. I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi, and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war, because we don't want that. You know, he gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment, you know. He was great. I'm a big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? You know, I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok, it's so bad, it's so dangerous, it's so horrible, they're spreading all these rumors. And the numbers came out yesterday. You know who's number one on TikTok? I am. I'm number one on TikTok. And all I talk about is how bad communism is, right? They say, oh, it's terrible, they're spreading, but I'm number one. And I listen to Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always like negative. Oh, China's so terrible, they're so terrible. And TikTok is so terrible. But I'm number one on TikTok. I had like 4 billion views or something like that. So I don't know. People have to get their priorities straight. We have had a really good day. We're going to have another good half a day, and then I'll see you later. We'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys.
I also will do a press.
Thank you, guys.
It will be more
Thank
important.
you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Please head out this way. Hey, guys, out the door. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good, Anna?
Thank you for helping the old guy out.
Getty made a couple of calls.
His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency, Mr. Luis Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Andrej Babis, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Janez Janša, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Nicușor Dan, President of Romania. His Excellency, Mr. Karol Nawrocki, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. His Excellency, Mr. Kristen Michal, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. His Excellency, Mr. Rob Jetten, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. Son Excellence, Monsieur Luc Frieden, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Her Excellency, Ms. Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. His Excellency, Mr. Miloko Spajic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Péter Magyar, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency, Mr. Rumen Radev, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Her Excellency, Ms. Gordana Seljanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. The Right Honourable Mr. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency, Mr. Bart de Wever, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. His Excellency Mr. Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. His Excellency Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française. The Honorable Donald Trump, President of the United States of America.
Biz geliyoruz abi.
Excellencies, may I present your attention for the family picture?
Sağ.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. If I may ask the first row to go down that way. We go down here, please. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
İçine mi gireyim? Hayır, mesela şimdi kasana kapıdan karşı bir kamerayı kesiyorsan yaklaşık 4-5 saniyede 4-5 saniyede geçer. Genelde güzel.
Auto değil. Non sei. Non
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you?
Hello, good to see you.
Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. All okay, Mr. President?
Good, good. Good morning.
Sorry, I'll step out. Oh, sorry.
You have enough snacks.
I know.
Here's your seat.
Is mijn mappa daar? Ja. Hey, good to see you. How are you? Very good to see you.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Vice President. Good to see you.
Please take your seats, dear colleagues. And a warm welcome to this summit. And without further ado, it is my honor and pleasure to give the floor to our host, the President of the Republic of Turkey. Please, President Erdogan, you have the floor.
Sayın Genel Sekreter, kıymetli devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Lahey zirvesinde aldığımız kararlar temelinde Avrupalı müttefikleri daha yetkin birer güvenlik sağlayıcısı haline getirmeye odaklanmış durumdayız. Türkiye olarak 2030 yılından önce savunma harcamalarımızın oranını %3,5 düzeyine yükseltmek için tedbirlerimizi aldık. güvenlik ve dayanıklılıkla bağlantılı harcamalarda ise şimdiden %1,5'luk bütçe payına ulaştık. Böylece %5 hedefine Lahey'de belirlenen 2035 yılından 5 sene önce erişmeyi hedefliyoruz. Kuşkusuz ülkemizin asıl başarısı savunma sanayindeki atılımdadır. Üretim ve ihracat kapasitesi itibariyle dünyanın ilk 10 ülkesi arasına girdik. İttifakta bize tahsis edilen 361 yetenek hedefinin neredeyse tamamını 3 yıl içinde taahhüt edilen öncesinde karşılamış olacağız. İttifakımızda eksikliği en çok hissedilen hava ve füze savunma kabiliyetlerine çelik kubbe projemizle 24 milyar dolar ilave bütçe ayırdık. Avrupa'daki en büyük kara ordusuna sahip ülke olarak yeteneklerimizi ihtiyaç duyulan aşamada ittifakın hizmetine sunmanın gayretindeyiz. Kosova'da, Karadeniz'de, Baltıklar ve diğer coğrafyalarda ittifakın harekat, misyon ve tatbikatlarına katkı veren müttefiklerin başında geliyoruz. İHA ve SİHA'ları gerçek muharebe alanlarında başarıyla kullanan bir müttefik olarak tesisini öngördüğümüz insansız sistemlere karşı koyma mükemmeliyet merkezimizi NATO'ya akredite etmeyi temenni ediyoruz. Bu merkezin bilhassa hava ve deniz drone tehditlerine karşı mukabele kabiliyetimizi destekleyeceğine inanıyorum. Değerli misafirler, NATO 3.0 hedefine en kısa zamanda ulaşmamız için şu iki hususa özellikle dikkat çekmek isterim. Birincisi, savunma sanayi başta olmak üzere savunma işbirliğinde müttefikler arasındaki kısıtlamaların kaldırılmasıdır. Savunma sanayi formunda bu mesajın hem endüstri hem hükümet yetkilileri tarafından vurgulanmış olmasını memnuniyetle karşılıyorum. İkincisi, Avrupalı müttefikler olarak kıta savunmasında daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenirken ittifakın bütünlüğünü ve transatlantik ilişkileri zayıflatabilecek tasarruflardan da kaçınmamız gerekiyor. Burada özellikle Avrupa Birliği üyesi müttefiklerimize seslenmek istiyorum. Birliğin güvenlik alanındaki çabalarında azami fayda ancak ve ancak NATO ile gereksiz tekrarlardan kaçınılmasıyla mümkün olabilir. Aklın ve mantığın emrettiği bir işbirliği modeli mümkünken birlik üyesi olmayan müttefiklerin dışlanması, kısıtlı kaynakların boşa sarf edilmesine ve Avrupa'da hiç arzu etmediğimiz bir suni bölünmeye yol açacaktır. Bu tutumun Sayın Genel Sekreter'in işaret ettiği transatlantik savunma sanayi altyapısına hizmet etmediği de açıktır. Değerli mevkidaşlarım, Ukrayna Savaşı'nda Sayın Trump'ın barış vizyonunu paylaşıyor, Ukrayna'nın öncelikli ihtiyaç listeleri girişimine desteğimi bildiriyorum. Ukrayna'ya kendi milli envanterimizden sağladığımız askeri desteğe ek olarak PUERL erişimi kapsamında katkımızı sürdüreceğiz. Ukrayna'yı desteklerken Rusya'yı da barışa yönlendirecek şekilde iletişim kanallarımızdan istifade ediyoruz. İran krizinin çözüm yoluna girmesinde sabotaj teşebbüslerine rağmen dostum Sayın Trump'ın sergilediği kararlı tutumu takdirle karşılıyorum. Diplomatik çabalarımıza ilave olarak Hürmüz Boğazı'nın mayınlardan temizlenmesi için gerekli katkıyı vermeye hazırız. Bu vesileyle Türkiye'yi hedef alan füzelere karşı NATO unsurları tarafından sağlanan destek için Amerika ve İspanya başta olmak üzere ilave hava savunma bataryaları konuşlandıran Almanya ve İtalya'ya teşekkürlerimizi ifade ediyorum. Konuşmamızı artırmamızın şart olduğuna inandığım İstanbul İşbirliği girişimi mensubu ortaklarımızın bugün bizlerle olmalarını önemsiyorum. Orta Doğu'da kalıcı barış anahtarının iki devletli çözüm olduğunu bir kez daha vurguluyorum. Özellikle Gazze ve Lübnan'da sükunetin sağlanması için hepimize görev düştüğünü ifade etmek istiyorum. Son olarak terörün tüm biçim ve tezahürleriyle mücadele konusunda tam bir dayanışma içinde olmamız gerektiğini hatırlatıyorum. Ankara zirvesinin hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyor. Zirvenin hazırlıklarında emeği geçenlere teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I want, indeed, whilst the press is leaving, I want to thank you for what you did with hosting this event. It is really huge, to quote somebody at this table. Huge and big. And we do realize what the impact is on Ankara. Because
Thank you very much. We've had some great meetings. We had dinner last night with President Erdogan, and I think it was really, I would rate it a 10, maybe a 12.
A bit of a small palace.
12. Yeah, it's beautiful. Everything is beautiful. And we've had some very good meetings, in particular with Turkey and trade, and now we're meeting with everybody today. As you know, we're going to have a very big meeting with lots of leaders from, I think, every country, right? Every country showed up.
They're all there.
NATO country.
Yeah.
Plus, we have a couple that aren't in NATO that would like to be in NATO, I guess. But it's been very successful. It's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished today at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined, and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20 to 1, 20 times tougher. And I told them, every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him, first term. And that was a big thing, because I think it probably would be a lot stronger had he been around, because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs. If you remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others. And they don't know. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw a thing this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long, because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. They're cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. Man, that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different. But we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany. I spoke to France. I spoke to UK. Spoke to Italy. I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry them. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Sure. Take it immediately. You don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people, because you know they have everybody else going and paying and working. In Spain, in particular Spain, there are a couple of others, but in particular Spain, they're open about it, they're hostile about it, and let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, please, we want to trade with you, sir, we want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us. And the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us. And we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, $1 trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia. And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with the UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. Doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset, you want to know the truth. So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald. Let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the Presidential Palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe, degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again, the last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering, 258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see there is you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally
United
fine.
Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
but still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue, without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they are implementing. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks, Marco is leading them, from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes, when it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than one day, Hitler beat them out in one day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in one day, less than one day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either, you know, so what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, you know, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
But also your allies get it, thanks to you, and that is important. Yeah. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey, but you are here now.
Obama.
And you and Trump 45 and Trump 47. In total, more than $1.2 trillion. I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true.
$1.2 trillion extra spent by Canada and the
And I'm not only blaming NATO. They got a free ride. And
not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't, he would have said, you got to pay more. And same with Obama. Two bad presidents. But they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been, I mean, who knows? But who knows if they would have done it.
Happen, and it is a huge.
It should have happened years ago, and it couldn't. But Obama didn't do it, and Biden didn't do it, and frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the
He
Europeans.
tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in The Hague.
That's why I like him.
And you win now.
That's why I like him.
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened. Really.
Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people, you know that? I like him, I like the leaders, I think all of these leaders.
Great. And they love him.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. But I like Erdogan. I'll tell you, I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people are saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment. They're trying to get the F-35s. But he didn't go in. He wanted, he would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane and they happen to be very crazy. But so I think, you know, they treated us right. I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war because we don't want that. You know, he gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment, you know. He was great. I'm a big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? You know, I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok is so bad, it's so dangerous, it's so horrible, they're spreading all these rumors. And the numbers came out yesterday. You know who's number one on TikTok? I am. I'm number one on TikTok. And all I talk about is how bad communism is, right? They say, oh, it's terrible, they're spreading, but I'm number one. And I listen to Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always like negative. Oh, China's so terrible, they're so terrible. And TikTok is so terrible. But I'm number one on TikTok. I have like 4 billion views or something like that. So I don't know. People have to get their priorities straight. We have had a really good day. We're going to have another good half a day. And then I'll see you later. We'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press.
віце-прем'єром-міністром Сікорським. Ця тема активно, до речі, цікавить наших партнерів. І я отримую постійно запитання стосовно цього. Тому я вважаю, що ми повинні подалі задіювати максимальний інструментарій дипломатичний, аби вивести ці стосунки на той рівень, на той трек, який заслуговують наші обидва народи.
Давайте дуже коротко, прошу, прям ультракоротко побіжимо.
А що за зачиненою дверима говорить про ймовірність надання Україні ліцензії на виробництво антибалістичних?
Так для цього це і зачинені двері, щоб за ними говорити, щоб я вам їх відкрив.
Чи будуть заявами Навроцького агресію Росії?
Ну, це поляки, це дуже така загальна фраза. Це кого ви маєте на увазі? Да. Це один з тих варіантів, який дозволить нам швидко наростити антибалістичні спроможності. Україна здобула такий унікальний досвід, ми можемо дуже швидко впроваджувати, виробляти і застосовувати. І ще й вдосконалювати ті технології, з якими, зокрема, діляться наші партнери. Я неодноразово чув, як вони, власне, висловлювали захоплення від того, як ми її застосовуємо і як ми вміємо ще й додавати інновацій. Тому ця робота триває, це в порядку денному, саме надання ліцензій. Безумовно, пріоритет антибалістичне озброєння чи обладнання, але ж мова йде також про ліцензії і в інших напрямках і блоках, тобто все повинно працювати на оборонку. Дякую, в мене просто зустрічі.
Дякуємо.
It's not about regime change. It's not about, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're there. I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change, but that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons, and it's denuking or denuclearization, and I think we've made a lot of progress, and they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say, we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for. Because
President Trump, sir, President Trump.
If they did, they'd use it, and we're not going to let that
President Trump, sir.
Daniel?
You've made a career making deals in very challenging situations. Speaking to President Zelensky, speaking to President Putin, in your view, sir, what is the most pragmatic pathway forward to finding a long-term peace deal?
I just think they're going to make a deal. Look, this deal has been in the works for a long time. It's got the pluses, the minuses. They know what it is. He knows what it is better than anybody. And I just think it's sometimes, you know, I used an analogy, and it sounds simple, but it's sort of true. You have two kids in a park, and they don't like each other, and they start fighting. Sometimes you have to let them fight. Let them see that it's tough, you know, it's tough. Fighting is tough. And he's done an amazing job. Look, he's been very effective. Now he's had the best equipment because he's had our equipment, and he's had great. But somebody has to use that equipment, and you have a lot of brave people that are using that equipment. And Russia, you know, it's a big country, but it's a big force. Russia's always been a big fighting force, so you know it's. But I really believe it's ready. It's very interesting because you'd almost say it's worse than ever, and maybe it isn't. Sometimes with war, and you study war, and I've studied it so long, for years, long before I did this, sometimes it's when it gets the worst. And I don't know that it's the worst right now. It's consistently bad. They lost 25,000 people were lost, kids, young people, last month. And we had a month, 35 2 months ago. And I would say more Russians. And but it's just they're people. They're people. And there's actually very little difference between the people. I mean, you know, it's like the Russians and Ukrainian people, and they can get along. But it's a nasty war. Thousands and thousands, mostly soldiers, are being killed. The battlefields. I see pictures, and it's horrible. He thinks it's horrible. We all think it's horrible. And the president done, and I believe that President Putin wants to get it done, and that should be a good combination. Thank you.
Mr. President, what is your assessment of Ukraine's strike on Russian oil refineries and military factories?
Where are you from?
Ukraine.
Phrase the question differently, please.
Ukraine delivered a lot strikes on Russian military factories and on oil refineries, and they ran out of gas.
Marco, why don't you answer that? Because you're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that the Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end. And,
Mr. Putin might be seeking for the settlement.
So where are you from?
Radio Free Europe's Ukrainian service. I'm from Ukraine.
Okay, good. Because I talked to him. I talked to President Zelensky, and I think that's all I've done. My whole life I made deals. That's, I guess, becoming president was making a deal, right? It was like a lot of little individual things. In the end, it's making a deal. And that's what I do, and I do it well, and I know when people want to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal. And I do feel that President Zelensky would like to get back to rebuilding his country as opposed to you know, having all of this death and destruction. Ukraine has tremendous potential. He understands that. We talk about that. He talks about that more than he talks about the war. You know, to me, I think you might find that more exciting than the war. It's brutal. The other is the beauty of it. You know, I think he'll build a great country. I think he's going to build it. We have a little stake in that country now because we have some land in that country where we have minerals. It's among the wealthiest. It's among the best land anywhere in the world for rare earth. And we have some rare earth. I look forward to taking advantage of it at the right time.
Mr. President, Europe make Patriot missiles.
Look at this guy. He's one of my favorite soldiers. I see him. He's central casting. Right? You doing okay?
Yes.
We see him at meetings. He's good. He's done a great job. Great job.
Trying to do our best.
Yeah. Great hero, actually.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
Mr. President, will you allow Europe to make Patriot interceptors in Europe? Are you comfortable with licensing that
About what?
Patriot interceptors to be made in Europe?
And you're talking with respect to Ukraine. Well, we're going to talk about that. You know, look, it's a defensive weapon, which I like, better than an offensive weapon. It's the best. So I was saying we have an aircraft carrier, which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour. 111 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down. Pretty much most by Patriots, but by other means also, as you know. Yeah. Other less expensive means. It's even better when you do that. But out of the 111 missiles, every one of them was shot down. It didn't hit the ship, and you know, bad things happen, right, when that happens. So think of that, over a period of 1 hour, these missiles are coming at you, and every one of them shot down. So I think one of the things we're going to be talking about is, as you know, the companies, we have great power over the companies. Those companies that make the Patriot and make all of the great stuff, the Tomahawks, all of the great stuff. We have the best stuff. Many things. The Patriot's great, but we have many, many great things. You see that with Venezuela. You see it with Iran. Look, Iran has been wiped out. Iran, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, everything's gone. But one of the things I think we're going to be talking about today, a little birdie told me this, about the fact that we'll give them the right to make Patriots. We'll show them how to do it. It's very complex, actually, but it's you'll figure out the complexity quickly. And we're talking about that, and the company that makes them, which is building now 4 plants, you know, all of our companies will be able to do this in 2 to 3 months. If you order a Patriot, now you have to wait a long time for them. Same thing with Tomahawks. We have a lot of certain equipment, but with, they call it the elite equipment, and you don't need elite equipment necessarily for a war. But so one of the things we're going to be talking about is we're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? This way you can't complain that we're not giving them enough. I say, make them yourself. We haven't informed the company of that yet, but that'll work out all right. You know, I'm sure they'll be thrilled. But you know, they'll be able to do it. You'll be able to figure that out. Most countries couldn't do that. Yeah. If I said that to most countries, they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But this is a very ingenious group, and what I like about that, it's a defensive situation as opposed to an offensive. But I think one of the things you might want to be talking about is that. That's what I heard. Little birdie told me that. Go ahead.
President, on Iran, can you clarify, does the end of the ceasefire mean that we are back to a full-scale
Well, as far as I'm concerned,
conflict?
They violate the agreement every day. They lie, they cheat, they kill people. They've been killing people for 47 years. They knocked out the SS Gold. We lost, what, 200 people more? That was a long time ago. For 47 years, no president did anything about that. Well, Obama actually gave them vast amounts of money. You'd like this. He gave them a plane load of money, $1.7 billion in green cash. They loaded up a Boeing 7 57. Remember the old 750? It was a beautiful plane loaded up with cash. They took all the seats out, and they took all of the cash from Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. banks. They had no money. They took every ounce of cash, put it in, flew it to Iran, and gave them the money. I wonder what these guys thought of when the door opened and cash fell out of this big plane, beautiful plane. And then on top of that, they gave them billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, they gave it to the wrong country, frankly. You want to know the truth. And it began. That was pretty much the Obama deal. That was one of the worst tragedies that happened. That's what happened in the Middle East. That deal set back that whole situation. They went with it. Frankly, they picked the wrong country. They picked the wrong country. POC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal, because what he did with that deal is he caused tremendous hardship in the Middle East. It was a terrible, terrible thing to do. And we've been just the opposite. Our deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal, but I don't know if we're going to have a deal. We may just do it without a deal, because you know what? It's easier. Because these people, they lie and they cheat, and you have an agreement, and they'll go outside. For instance, they agreed, well, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. They agreed. Then they go outside to have a news conference, or they leak that we never discussed the subject. Now, who would believe we never discussed the subject? Because for me, that's 99.9% of what we're doing. It's denuclearization of Iran, okay? So when you ask, our guys can continue. You know, Steve is great, and Jared, and all the guys. They know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff, too. I wonder which. I picked two beauties. You know what? We settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties here. But Steve's great, and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. And we'll see what happens. But I will say this. Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And the roadside bomb was their preferred, you know, the preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick. And then all they did was they made bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs, but their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they live because of modern medicine. You can do anything, but they're living like in hell. Their whole life changed because of Iran. And that was 96% of the people that used that, they were made in Iran. And so we have a score to settle too.
What about the naval blockade, sir? Mr. President, you say that President Putin is ready to finish this war. What if he doesn't? Are you ready to put pressure on Russia? Are you ready to
we have a lot of pressure. We have a lot of pressure on President Putin. You know, I don't think he likes what's going on. I don't think he's thrilled with what's happening. There's a lot of pressure on President Putin to get it done. I think there's pressure on everybody to get that one done. A lot of pressure.
Mr. President, what's your security guarantee for Ukraine?
The guarantee?
Yeah, security guarantee for Ukraine.
The security guarantee you're talking about? I mean, not that we want to do it. We'll do it to save lives. Look, Ukraine's very far away. We have an ocean separating us. What I'm doing is I'm trying to save lives. A lot of lives are being lost. I also think that it's a country with great potential. I think if this kind of brain power can go toward rebuilding the country instead of fighting a war, I think that country's going to do fantastically well. And likewise, Russia, you know, look, they're devoting a lot of energy. Do you have a question for President Putin, please? President, do you have a question for President Putin? Not Zelensky, Putin. Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because I'm going to ask him that question.
I have a question. Last year you called Russia a paper tiger, referring that they're not doing
Who did I call?
I photographed Ukrainian media.
No, give us a question, not for Zelensky, give us a question for Putin. Because I'm speaking to him today. Give me a good, hard question.
When will he end this war?
That's a good question. I don't think I've ever asked him that question. I'm going to ask him that question.
Mr. President, what's the status of a drone deal between the U.S. and Ukraine? What's the status?
By the way, I will tell you, though, he's going to tell you that he wants it ended as soon as he can end it.
Do you believe that?
He wants to end it soon. And I ask him, and we talk. I talk to him a lot. I talk to him a little bit less, but the relationship is very good. But I talk to President Putin a lot. He wants to end the war. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't believe that.
What's the status of the drone deal between Ukraine?
What are President Putin's conditions for ending the war? Do you know what?
Well, they were certain conditions that were a little bit different. I think they're changing. I think they're probably getting a little bit better toward some of the things that you'd like. It's been tougher in Russia. It's been a lot tougher than it was supposed to be. I mean, in all fairness, this was supposed to be this is a war that would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. You'd have a full country, you know. I mean, it's just a shame that it happened. But no, this is something that I think Zelensky wants to do and Putin wants to do. They want to get it done. Ask the president that question. Ask him.
Пане президенте, ви знаєте, на яких зараз умовах Володимир Путін готовий завершувати війну в Україні? Чи ж вони змінюються?
No, I don't know what conditions Putin now wants for this peace. So I think that they are changing in any way, because at the very beginning of full-scale war, he was stronger, and now I think he is losing initiative on the battlefield. I think his army, but that's why I think that because of technologies, because it's not the question now of number of people. People, our heroic people, are very important. But now it's not the question of only number of people. First of all, people and technologies. People with technologies. Now I think that we have better steps, technological steps further than Russia, maybe quicker, because they produce a lot of different things, which are tough, strong against us, but we are quicker, and that's why I think that now initiative moved to our hands, not totally, but moved. We are trying to move this war to the sky from the battlefield. That's why we now begin to control the battlefield. This is very important. It's difficult when you have less people to move them back, but we found another way how to do it, to cut their logistic for their army. It's about weapon, petrol, diesel, without massive human losses. That is the difference between us, by the way. Russia is...
He's got a lot of support. I just left the room with, where they have, mostly European, Canada, but mostly European countries. And they have great support for Ukraine. And, really great support. One of the things, you talk about questions for Putin, but one of the things that I talked to him about was, where would you want to meet? And he said, ideally in Moscow. I said, you're not going to meet in Moscow. It just doesn't work. You can't do that. But he'll meet, and Zelensky's going to meet, and something's going to happen that's going to be positive. And I hope it's going to happen soon, because they have to, number one, lives, but number two, building your country, because it's got a tremendous future, in my opinion. Yeah.
Where would it be held, and when would that happen?
I don't know.
Mr. President,
President Putin said, I would love to meet in Moscow. And I said, I don't think, I have to put myself in his position. I don't know that he'd go to Moscow. Maybe he would. Would you go to Moscow?
It's difficult. There are a lot of Ukrainian drones there. That's why. It's dangerous. It will be dangerous.
By a drone.
Europe.
No, it's hard. It's hard to go to Moscow. I thought I'd answer that question for him. I didn't want to ask him that question.
Mr. President, how to ensure that Ukraine will not be attacked again by Russia?
What about?
How to make sure that Ukraine will not be attacked by Russia again?
Well, look, you mean in the future?
Yes.
You mean after there's an agreement? Well, we're going to work on a security guarantee that, and Russia respects us a lot, and we're going to work on some kind of a security. If we can make the right deal, we'll help Europe. I mean, Europe is going to be watching it, but we're going to be helping them, and we'll work on some kind of a security package that will make sure. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that if we make a deal, Russia is going to be very happy, and they're going to get on with other things. They have, by the way, as a country too, they have tremendous potential. They have tremendous land, valuable land that they can do things with, and they have tremendous potential. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see that question is, oh, they're going to attack again. I don't see it at all. I think they've had it. This has been going on for almost 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? I mean, it's a tribute because it's a bigger country, strong country, and it's an amazing tribute. Anything else?
Mr. President, with the Patriot missiles, President Zelensky has said that Ukraine needs Patriot missiles now. Over 50 Ukrainians have died in recent airstrikes just in the last few days. So in addition to these production licenses, which will take time, would you consider
Not that much time, actually.
Would you consider providing any to Ukraine immediately?
We have Patriots, but we don't have that many. We need them for ourselves too. You know, some, yeah, I mean some, but I think they can produce them pretty quickly. Once we explain it, we'll bring the company here. You'll work with the company. They have a great ability to produce weapons, pretty complex weapons.
Will you go to Ukraine?
Will I go to Ukraine?
Will you go to Ukraine?
I would, yeah.
Do you have any deadline when you want to reach
I'd
it?
rather have the war be over.
Yeah. Do you have any
I'm
deadline?
not sure Secret Service would be thrilled
Are you
right now. But you know what? I would like to go.
Do you-
I think the people are incredible, and I mean, like Kiev, it would be nice to get it before any more damage is done. To be honest, it's such a beautiful city, right? And yeah, I would go to Ukraine at the right time.
Do you have any deadline when you want to? Do you have any deadline when you want to reach a deal between Ukraine and Russia? Do you have any deadline in that regard?
No, I don't have a deadline. You can't have a deadline. It's it's too much going on. But I think you're going to have a deal. I think I've been very good. We had certain deals like Azerbaijan and some of the deals that we made, and they've been going on for 32 years. And they said it's an impossible thing to get them solved. Eight different deals. Even in the Congo, it was. Think of it. You have the Congo and Rwanda. That was 14 million people dead, a lot of them with machetes. It's a horrible. We got that one solved, or it flares up every once in a while, I must say. But we got deals done that weren't doable. But if you look at India and Pakistan, they were at it. We get that. We get them done, and when we get them done, I find that people are not anxious to go back into it. I think we'll have you once mentioned the word security guarantee in the Oval Office. Right? Yeah. And, I think they're going to need some kind of a security guarantee, but we're going to work with them. That's important. I think he thinks that's a very important thing. Yeah?
The security guarantees are very important.
And they'll live by it.
Partially, the President said about Patriots and licenses. The Patriot system is the best, in the world for today. The best anti-ballistic system. So we used a lot of.
That's the best.
Yeah, that's the best one, and checked everything during the war. So this is true. So with all respect to other partners, we are thankful for all the systems. Patriots.
Well, they had different systems in Venezuela. Yeah. So Venezuela had systems that didn't work. We didn't have one plane shot down. We didn't have one. We had one helicopter operator who was incredible. He landed it perfectly, and his leg was almost blown off. And we gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor because very few people could have landed that. You land them with your feet, really, more than anything else. And he landed it. He was really in bad shape. And at the State of the Union, we gave him. He was a handsome guy, big handsome guy, but we gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor at the State of the Union. So look, he wants to get it done, and we're going to get it done.
What's the status on a drone deal between Ukraine and the U.S.?
In what sense?
What's the status of a drone deal between Ukraine and the U.S.?
Well, we would buy their drones, and we make drones. We make great drones, but they have an ability to make a lot of them, which is, right, Marco, amazing that in a war situation, they make them. They make them in basements. They make them wherever the hell you have a little shelter, even if you don't have shelter, I think, I suspect, right? It's an amazing ability. Very few. Well, that's why I say with the Patriots, they would be able to do it. Most countries would not be able. They don't have the talent. You have very talented people. So, yeah, I think we're going to make that deal. And you know, if we made that deal, we'd have great protection. I love the protection. Think if you had a lot of Patriots, you'd never be hit. In, as an example, in Kiev, where they get hit with missiles, those missiles, like what I said about the Abraham Lincoln, the missiles would be shot down. Yeah. So, and I think you'd start making them pretty quickly. Right? You like the idea?
Oh, no, it's a great idea.
I think everybody likes that one.
As part of security guarantees, are you ready to close the skies in case Russia attacks it?
Close what?
To close the skies over Ukraine in case Russia.
It's been that
As a part of
air
security
defense
guarantees,
and jets.
Are you ready
When
to
you
impose
use
a no-fly?
If it's necessary, yeah. I mean, look, I tell you, when we have a deal, we're going to have a deal. Security guarantee or no security guarantee. If we have a deal, we're going to have a deal. We're not going to have to worry about what you're saying. We're going to have a deal. I think if we come to a solution, which I think we will, we're going to have a deal. Now, we want to make sure the deal sticks. Some people don't think it will. I think it will. I'm sure it will. I'm not sure it will with Iran. If we make a deal with Iran, I'm not sure that will stick.
May I ask you,
Sir,
what does
Because I found them to be very dishonorable people. Yeah.
Are you supposed to reimpose the
I don't
naval
find that
blockade?
with him, and I mean, I don't want to upset him, but everything I've done with President Putin has been okay. It's been good. He's going to say, oh, but I would expect you to say that, but that's good. I don't think anything's going to be broken, and we're going to do a security guarantee in case it is. But with Iran, 47 years, this should have been done by another president a long time ago, or somebody else, another country. But they got stronger and stronger, and now they're weak.
Are you going to reimpose the
You know,
naval
don't
blockade
forget,
on
we knocked
Iranian
out
ports?
159 ships in 1 week. That's good even for you, right? 159. Their entire navy is at the bottom of the sea. And now they have little boats, little tiny boats that go around. And we knocked about 28 of them out last night with the same weapon we use for the drug people. You know, drugs are down, by the way, drugs by sea are down 97%. Meaning nobody wants to get into those boats and take drugs into it. They're down 97%. And we're using the same thing for the mine boats. You know, they like to drop mines in. And we hit a lot of them last night, like 28. We knocked out 28 boats last night, little ones. That's all they have is little ones.
Are you going to try to take out more tonight?
Will we go tonight? You know, normally I wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't tell you, but you know what? There's not a thing they can do about it. So the answer is probably.
President Trump.
Somebody say that's terrible military strategy. He just said he's going to that. Yeah,
President
they deserve it.
President Trump, what is the effectiveness of last night's attack? What message does that send to what's left of Iran?
Which attack are you talking about?
The attack that you guys had on Iran last night. The strikes last night?
Oh, I think it has a tremendous impact. Well, first of all, we took out additional, you know, they were trying to rebuild their radar, and they had about 60% built. Now they have to start all over again. Look, we're not attacking at the highest level. The highest level are the bridges, which we can knock down. I would say in one day we knocked down every single bridge in Iran. There's not a thing they can do about it. Their electric manufacturing facilities, right? Their electric plants where they make their electricity in there. We will, if we have to, we'll take them out. I don't want to do that, but if we have to, we'll take them out. They have desalinization plants. We'll take them out if we have to. I hate to do that. That's probably the one I would like not to do. At least we attacked Carg Island last night. We knocked out a piece. I said, don't touch the oil, because maybe we'll take over Carg Island. You know, we may take over Carg Island. There's not a thing they can do about it. But I said, don't hit the pipes, just hit everything else. And they hit it. They may hit it again tonight. So, you know, as per your question, normally I'm not that way. But they really deserve it, because they're saying they want to make a deal, but they don't. You know, they asked for a timeout. They wanted to go to the funeral of Khomeini. And I said, give it to them. And they start shooting missiles. I mean, it was the craziest thing. Now, we did kill him, you know, so I guess you have to look at it that way. But the funeral took place, and they wanted to have a period of time. And they also asked that we not kill them. And we said, we're not going to kill you. They were worried we'd kill them during the funeral. I mean, if you can believe it, what a crazy... Did you ever think I'd be doing this for a living, Marco? Did anybody ever think I'm doing? Maybe Pete, but this wasn't supposed to be for me. Pete loved this stuff from day one. But they said to us, please don't kill us during the funeral. I said, I won't. And we didn't. We didn't do anything. In fact, we made it safe for them, actually. And what happens? They try and knock out two ships, the Saudi and I guess Kuwait, right? Kuwaiti? Oh, no, Qatari. In addition, really three.
Three, yes, sir.
So you had three of them. And they just, I don't know. I just don't know with them. A lot of people say they're very dishonorable people, and they can't keep a deal, so we'll see. Now, as to whether or not Steve Witkoff, Jared, and JD and everybody working on that will talk, I guess they could talk, but I'm not seeing it with them, you know, with the people. My whole life is deals, I don't see it. I don't see it with them. And there may be a big attack tonight, and it'll knock out a lot of stuff. We don't knock out nothing, we knock out a lot. Pete, do you want to tell them about last night?
Yes, sir. Last night, as you said, a lot of small craft that they were trying to harass shipping with, so that was a big part of what we targeted. Underground facilities where they were storing drones or missiles, coastal defense sites, radar sites, surveillance sites, anything used to harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So anything they thought they had rebuilt or capability they were using was a target last night. And tonight, if we need to, on your order, Mr. President, we will hit even more and even deeper, because that's the consequence.
And we may put down the blockade. We may put it back, the blockade. And it'll only be a blockade for Iran. Anybody else can have whatever they want. Now, of course, they'll drop some mines if they can, you know, if they can do it. But it's hard because we're taking out those little boats now with the same weapon we used to take out the drug lords and the boats coming in by sea. Think of it, 97%. For years, we had fentanyl and all the other drugs coming in from different countries, including Venezuela. And it was, you know, they'd arrest them, they'd bring them to a court, they'd be released, and they'd be back on another boat the next. 97%. What was done in the past had no impact. 97% drugs down coming in by sea. And now we're going to start doing it by land. The land is easy when we had to do sea first. And nobody, I mean, I think the 3% of the people that still do that, I think they're the bravest people in the world. They maybe, we should probably give them a medal for bravery. Because it's and we're using the same exact missile to take out the mine drop. They call them mine droppers. But we have mine sweepers. And one of the things that came up today is that European nations, the NATO group, they're sending mine sweepers. We don't need them now. We have pretty much the mines that lit up, but they'll probably drop some more. They're evil people. They're sick people. They're mentally disturbed people. And it should have been done 47 years ago. Thank you, everybody. Very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Keep moving, please. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You can have this.
in Iran?
What I said is that Iran is outside NATO territory. NATO has a political position. You can also see that in the summit declaration that Iran should not get a nuclear capability, that the Strait of Hormuz should open up. And NATO has always taken the position that when it comes to the interballistic missile capability, Iran should not get its hands on it. But this is outside NATO territory, so this is individual allies navigating this with the United States. On your first question, I mean, I always felt that families, where sometimes you have heart-to-hearts and sometimes you fight each other a bit, are much stronger than families where you have, oh, let's not disagree and let's keep things nice and unity. That's a bit fake, I always felt. I love it when sometimes between friends you can fight each other because it makes you stronger. And President Trump is not a person which keeps his views to himself. So on two issues he was very clear. One is that Europe had to step up, and this had to do with NATO. He was committed to NATO, he is committed to NATO. But he said, hey Mark, it's not a fair deal. How can it be that you have 600 million people living in Europe, the richest part of the world, big economies like Germany and the Netherlands and Italy and France and all the other nations together defending, of course, including with the US against 140 million Russians, and then you're overly dependent on the United States. That's not fair, and he's right. And that's what we settled in The Hague. I think that was his leadership, extremely important. So committed to NATO, but also expecting us all to do more. And when it comes to Iran, clearly he was disappointed. What I pointed out again is this is about isolated cases, massively. Europeans have done what you, the United States, bilaterally negotiated with the European countries.
Okay, this man here, yes, please.
Yeah, hey, Rasmus Reineborg from the Danish news agency.
Yes, hi.
Danish news agency Recep. Mark, you sit next to Donald Trump in moments where he talks about conquering Greenland, talks about lashing out at allies like Spain, starting trade wars, things that it doesn't seem like the old Mark Rutte would approve of. Does this have any effect on your self-respect when you sit next to him like that and say nothing?
You know, what I always do is acknowledge when praise is due, and I think we should praise Donald Trump for the fact that NATO is so much stronger. Of course, it has to do with the Russian threat, it has to do with the war in Ukraine, but it very much also has to do with President Trump delivering now what since Eisenhower the United States tried to achieve, equalizing spending between the US and Europe. And it makes Europe stronger. It makes Europe more relevant for the United States as a partner. So that is the transformative character of this summit, of what happened in The Hague, the implementation since The Hague, this summit as a point in time where we take stock. And I think that is extremely important. And when it comes to Greenland, I already explained. We had a meeting in Davos. And I said, I agree with you when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, gaining access to the High North. But let's do this together. We have NATO for this. Let's work together on this. This is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, we have very little time and still lots and lots of questions. So the woman who's standing here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary General.
Yes, hi.
Amal Akan from the Epoch Times, New York-based media outlet. I have a question on Russia. Russia is facing energy crisis, fuel shortages. The entire country is facing gasoline shortages. How do you see this impacting the war in Ukraine? And do you ask or do you expect President Trump to impose more sanctions on Russia?
Well, clearly, Ukraine is very successful in hitting the energy infrastructure in Russia. In Omsk yesterday, they claimed, and I think the Russians almost, well, I have this from the media, so I didn't get this confirmed from other sources, but I guess you reported this correctly, some of you did, at least yesterday, that they have been successful in striking deep into Russia, which was one of the biggest refinery plants in Russia. And this is part of a pattern over the last 2 months, where the Ukrainians are more and more successful in hitting the vital energy infrastructure in Russia. This is having an impact on people driving cars, ending up at the gasoline stations. There was news yesterday that they had to put out mobile toilets because people had to wait all night for gasoline. Well, I can assure you one thing as a politician. In the 16th, 17th century, you had to make sure there was enough bread. In the 21st century, you have to make sure there's enough gasoline. Your voters don't like it if they cannot fill up their cars. And of course, this is having an impact on the Russian economy. At the same time, you have a Russian president which is willing to sacrifice up to 35,000 of his own young men in this crazy war against Ukraine, totally unprovoked. So again, to any Russian young man listening, if you contemplate joining the war effort, think again. You might be one of those 30 to 35,000 this month, next month, the month after, because your president somehow doesn't care. He is willing to sacrifice you. So this is what is happening. And I know that the US and the European Union, sanctions is not NATO, but the EU and European countries and the US and the United Kingdom are constantly coordinating when it comes to sanctions and to see what can be done.
Okay, I think we have 2 more questions. So the man in the orange tie here in the 6th row.
Hi, Johannes Perterer, Austrian National Television and Radio, ORF. I'm just curious about what NATO, at the end of the day, is really about. We heard a lot about defense spending and about following interests and about hard power politics, let's say. I was wondering also, because we find ourselves in an autocracy where journalists are being arrested, what values does NATO represent, if any, and are those values shared by all 32 members? Thank you.
NATO is a defensive alliance, defending 1 billion people living in NATO territory. That's the United States, that's Canada, and 30 countries in Europe. We are defensive. We will never attack another country. Never. We are a defensive alliance, but we will make absolutely sure that if anyone else does not wish us well and tries to attack us, that they know that our reaction will be very forceful, that we can defend ourselves, etc., etc. And that is for a reason. First of all, because I strongly believe in the 21st century that you should not attack another country like the Russians have done with Ukraine. It's kind of crazy to do that. It's a playbook of the 19th century or the 20th century. We don't do this in grown-up democracies anymore in the 21st century. So that's one, but also because there are values at stake. Democracy. And democracy, as I said on Monday, is not only free vote. Democracy is also you, the free media, that you can report, that you can try to find out what happened behind the scenes, politicians not always liking what you find, but if it is fair, hey, it's your role and your job to do that. It's part of democracy. And the third pillar of democracy is that your societies have the ability to make their views known, and they do this sometimes through demonstrations, and that is always should be possible. And that means that journalists should always be able, in person, to participate in big news events.
Okay, final question. That's all we have time for. We're going to go to the 5th row on the aisle here.
Thank you, Secretary General. Satya from...
yes, hi.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, there are more than one hand. Yes.
Satya from NHK, the public TV station of Japan. Thank you. I'd like to ask about the IP4. Do you think it was important to have at least all representatives of all IP4 countries present in Ankara, considering the challenges NATO faces from China? And this is the second year not having all the leaders present at the summit, but do you already have any ideas on how to engage again at the leaders level with them?
Yes, well, the president of the Republic of Korea was here, so I had the opportunity to get to know him better. He and the First Lady participated in a dinner last night, and we had very senior representatives at the level of defense ministers and or foreign ministers of New Zealand, Australia and Japan. So I myself have my engagement with the leaders of these nations, so it's not necessary that always all the leaders are here. I was very happy to meet the Korean president because he is relatively new. We spoke a couple of times on the phone. This gives the opportunity to get to know each other better, and I traveled myself last year to Japan. And I might do other trips to the IP4 countries in the future, because this is an important relationship. And we said yesterday it is important because this is about the acknowledgement that the two theaters, the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic, are more and more interconnected. You cannot separate the two. That doesn't mean that you want to extend Article 5 to the Indo-Pacific. That's not the goal. The goal is to work as much together on defense industry, on innovation, on standards, also exchanging views on defense spending, how to do that in the best way, We have now experienced in NATO, not to prescribe in detail how many tanks or how many fighter jets, but what should be the battlefield outcomes we want to achieve by each nation's contribution to the collective defense. So this was a very useful discussion. I think we all felt it. Alison, there is one lady over there who really tried for some time. Is it okay if we do one more?
One more.
It's you, and then we stop. Because I think there are other presidents and prime ministers also wanting to address you and get your questions.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Ecem Toplar Haber Global TV. Anti-Turkey rhetoric continues to flow from Greece, which persists in its illegal militarization activities in the Aegean. Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis stated, "My country still faces an open threat of war from Turkey." How are these statements by Greece received within the alliance? Thank you.
Yes, well, I've said before, when it came to other issues, sometimes between allies, and that can always happen. We have an alliance of 32 nations, so there might be bilateral discussions, and then obviously, unavoidably, I will get the question, what is my view on this? But of course, I'm not a commentator. I'm there to maintain the unity, at least trying to do my best to maintain the unity of the alliance, and that means that when there are discussions or sometimes irritants between allies, that I do not comment in public, so that I can be behind the scenes, if necessary, if so wanted by any of the discussing countries, helpful. Thank you so much. It was really great to see you on Monday, to see you today, earlier today. You were amazing. See you next time. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
a la emergencia climática que sufre la península ibérica y, por tanto, también nuestro país. El segundo ámbito en el que los aliados hemos decidido poner el foco es en el ámbito industrial. Aquí la posición de España es clara. Compartimos la necesidad del llamado burden shifting, es decir, reequilibrar las responsabilidades entre los aliados, y que Europa debe ser más autónoma en el ámbito de la seguridad, que debe ser capaz de defenderse a sí misma y de proteger los intereses más allá de sus propias fronteras. Por eso hemos apoyado programas como el instrumento SAFE que lanzó la Comisión Europea, el EDIP, y por eso en esta cumbre hemos acordado, junto con el resto de los aliados, avanzar en el fortalecimiento de nuestra base industrial. Hemos acordado impulsar las adquisiciones conjuntas, reducir barreras comerciales, invertir más en innovación, en definitiva, producir más y mejor, y también decirlo de una manera así más coloquial, más rápido, que es algo que también afecta y mucho a las capacidades y las necesidades de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas. España puede, creemos, aportar mucho en este sentido. Tenemos empresas que son punteras, tenemos también una posición geopolítica privilegiada que nos permite cooperar con la mayoría de los países del mundo, y un instrumento clave para hacerlo, que es ese plan industrial de seguridad y de defensa, dotado con 10.400 millones de euros, que aprobamos el año pasado y que fue objeto de mi comparecencia ante las Cortes Generales. El tercero de los ámbitos en el que también hemos acordado trabajar es, lógicamente, la defensa de Ucrania, porque sabemos que en esa guerra no solamente está en juego el futuro de un país soberano como es Ucrania, sino que también está en juego el propio proyecto europeo, que es lo que pretende atacar y debilitar la Rusia de Putin. En 2025, solo para que lo sepan los ciudadanos y ciudadanas españoles, porque en definitiva al final son sus impuestos, en 2025 nuestro país envió más de 1.000 millones de euros en asistencia y equipamiento a Ucrania. Contribuyó, por tanto, de manera sustantiva a ese apoyo, y también a mecanismos tanto de la OTAN como de la propia Comisión Europea, como es el instrumento SAFE y el instrumento PURL. Establecimos nuevos acuerdos de cooperación industrial con sus empresas, y desde el año 2022 hemos formado a más de 9.000 militares ucranianos, 1 de cada 10 de los formados en toda Europa. Esto hace que nuestro país se convierta en el 8º aliado de 32 de la OTAN y el 5º país de la Unión Europea, de 27, que más apoyo a Ucrania ha desplegado en el año 2025. El 8º de la OTAN, el 5º de la Unión Europea en el año 2025. Alcanzando una cifra total, desde que empezó el conflicto, desgraciadamente, hace ya casi 5 años, vamos del 4º año de guerra para el 5º, alcanzando una cifra total de 3.800 millones de euros. Pero estoy hablando siempre en términos nuestros, en términos bilaterales, porque evidentemente también hay otros instrumentos que se están poniendo en marcha a través de instituciones comunitarias, como por ejemplo los 90.000 millones de euros de financiación, no solamente al ámbito de la defensa, de las Fuerzas Armadas ucranianas, sino también al sostenimiento de la propia institucionalidad del pueblo ucraniano, que se está viendo lógicamente atacada. Ese apoyo, que es vital y que, por cierto, el propio presidente ucraniano, Zelensky, reconoce y agradece al pueblo español cada vez que tenemos ocasión de encontrarnos. Y tengo que decirle a los medios de comunicación y al conjunto de la sociedad española que es un auténtico orgullo que se reconozca ese esfuerzo, porque es un esfuerzo de solidaridad, compromiso con el derecho internacional, con la libertad de los pueblos, con el respeto a su soberanía e integridad territorial y, por supuesto, también a la defensa del proyecto europeo. Y me gustaría concluir con una reflexión y un agradecimiento. La reflexión es que puede que España esté geográficamente lejos de Rusia y del frente oriental. También lo estamos de Oriente Medio. Pero estamos muy cerca de nuestros aliados y también de los valores y de los objetivos que inspiraron la creación tanto de la Unión Europea como de la OTAN. Somos un país pacífico, pacifista, pero también somos un aliado fiable. Cumplimos con nuestras capacidades, cumplimos en despliegues, cumplimos con Ucrania y cumplimos, lógicamente, con el flanco este y con el Mediterráneo. En definitiva, cumplimos con lo que quieren, sienten y les interesa a los españoles y españolas, que merecen vivir con todas las garantías de seguridad. Y también cumplimos con una forma de entender el mundo en el que la seguridad debe nacer del acuerdo, no de la imposición, en el que la invasión militar debe compatibilizarse, o mejor dicho, la inversión militar debe compatibilizarse con la inversión social. Y en la que el objetivo último de todas nuestras acciones debe ser, lógicamente, acabar de una vez por todas con las guerras que asolan Oriente Medio y también, lógicamente, el frente oriental de nuestro continente, del continente europeo, ¿no? Esta es la reflexión que me gustaría trasladar y el agradecimiento, pues lógicamente también a la ministra de Defensa, al ministro de Exteriores, al gabinete de la presidencia del Gobierno de España, además, lógicamente, de Algemat y al embajador, porque bueno, creo que detrás de esta cumbre pues hay muchas horas de trabajo, hay muchas horas de negociación, también con los equipos de personas que no son conocidas para el gran público, pero que en todo caso hacen una labor esencial en la defensa de los intereses generales de nuestro país. Y con esto, directora, pues quedaría a disposición de los medios de comunicación para responder a las preguntas.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Empezamos con Iñaki Aguado, Telecinco.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, presidente. Me gustaría preguntarle si en el transcurso de esta cumbre de la OTAN ha tenido oportunidad de saludar o intercambiar algún comentario con el presidente Donald Trump y, en concreto, preguntarle cómo se toma los ataques que ha pronunciado hoy, porque bueno, parece razonable pensar que no por esperados sonar menos graves, cuando habla de España como causa perdida, aliado terrible, mala gente, que hay que cortar relaciones con España, o sugerir al propio secretario general de la OTAN que expulsen a España de la Alianza Atlántica. Me gustaría saber cómo se toman esos ataques y si estas amenazas se compadecen con la realidad de la relación diplomática y los contactos que el Gobierno de España mantiene con Estados Unidos en el ámbito de la OTAN. Porque todos estos datos que nos explica el Gobierno a los medios de comunicación y a la opinión pública también se presentan ante los aliados de la OTAN y me gustaría conocer cuál es la respuesta que tiene la administración americana cuando escuchan esta información. Y sobre este asunto, un último punto, me gustaría saber si ha podido hablar con la presidenta de la Comisión Europea, con Ursula von der Leyen, y si han comentado estos últimos ataques de Donald Trump. Y en clave nacional le voy a pedir una valoración sobre las palabras del líder de la oposición cuando ha hablado en las últimas horas de bajas laborales, absentismo laboral en términos de cáncer. Me gustaría saber qué reflexión hace usted de estas palabras. Y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Iñaki. Sí he tenido ocasión de poder intercambiar una charla informal con el presidente de Estados Unidos. Hemos hablado de fútbol, del Mundial en Estados Unidos. Y, por tanto, bueno, pues ha sido una charla informal, coloquial, en la que en absoluto ha habido ningún tipo de tiranteza, al contrario, todo ha sido buenas palabras y amabilidad. Y ha sido posterior a la rueda de prensa que ha dado el presidente de Estados Unidos. En segundo lugar, ¿cómo nos tomamos desde el Gobierno de España estas declaraciones que nos hemos enterado, lógicamente, a través de ustedes, ¿no? Mientras estábamos esperando a que se iniciara la cumbre? Bueno, pues con calma y con paciencia, ¿no? Calma y paciencia y una cierta normalidad también, porque al fin y al cabo cuando uno se aleja un poco de este tipo de declaraciones, lo que ve es que las relaciones entre Estados Unidos y España son unas relaciones en lo social, en lo cultural, en lo económico y también en lo político muy positivas, muy positivas. Y cuando hablamos precisamente del ámbito comercial, yo siempre lo he dicho, me lo han escuchado decir en reiteradas ocasiones, porque no es la primera vez que, en fin, somos objeto de este tipo de críticas, que España sufre un déficit comercial con Estados Unidos. No somos de los países europeos donde tenemos un superávit comercial respecto a Estados Unidos, sino que sufrimos un déficit comercial. En segundo lugar, como bien ha recordado hoy la propia Comisión Europea, la política comercial es una política común, es una política que está en manos de las instituciones comunitarias, que ya, por cierto, han salido públicamente recordando pues, las características de esa política comercial. Por tanto, somos un bloque comercial y es con la Comisión Europea con quien hay que negociar todos los acuerdos comerciales, incluso también las tarifas o los aranceles que la Administración estadounidense pues, ha impuesto a la Unión Europea previamente, ¿no? Y que, por cierto, desde España siempre hemos tenido una actitud absolutamente constructiva en el sentido de apoyar a la Comisión Europea para poder llegar a un acuerdo y ser ratificado también en el Parlamento Europeo por las fuerzas en este caso europeístas, para de alguna manera dar esa predictibilidad a los agentes económicos que operan tanto en Estados Unidos como en la Unión Europea. Por tanto, esa es la segunda cuestión que me gustaría trasladar. Y la tercera es que, en fin, yo soy socialdemócrata, ¿no? Pero, en fin, las relaciones comerciales se tejen entre empresas, no entre gobiernos, entre Estados. Por tanto, pues creo que, en fin, más allá de todo esto, las relaciones son positivas. España es un país que trabaja por tener las mejores relaciones con todos los países, sobre todo con países aliados, con los que tenemos lazos muy consolidados, que han trascendido la orientación ideológica de las administraciones que han estado en España o en Estados Unidos a lo largo de las décadas. Y bueno, a partir de ahí, pues si me permite, aprovechando la pregunta sobre Estados Unidos, felicitar al pueblo americano por el 250 aniversario de su independencia y de su creación. Y finalmente, sobre las declaraciones del jefe de la oposición, yo creo que ya cuando se habla de absentismo laboral estamos hablando de una aproximación equivocada. Habría que hablar mejor de bajas laborales, de incapacidad temporal, porque de alguna manera ya se pone un estigma sobre esa realidad que existe en nuestro país, y es la de que efectivamente hay trabajadores y trabajadoras que enferman y que lógicamente tienen todo el derecho del mundo a coger una baja laboral. En segundo lugar, me parece absolutamente desafortunado el equiparar las bajas laborales con el cáncer. Creo que es absolutamente desafortunado y que también refleja la forma de pensar que se tiene cuando se habla de estas cuestiones. Y finalmente, yo creo que también el planteamiento de todo lo que se está escuchando por parte de la oposición y también de todo lo que se está acordando en este caso con la ultraderecha en los gobiernos autonómicos son recortes, es cercenar derechos, es recortar y poner en cuestión conquistas sociales y laborales que nos han tardado muchos años en poder lograr. Yo siempre recuerdo que en 2010, después de la crisis financiera y la respuesta neoliberal tan desacertada que se dio a esa crisis financiera, fueron años de durísimos recortes en todos los ámbitos, particularmente en la sanidad, en la educación, en el Sistema Nacional de Dependencia, en las jubilaciones y también en los derechos laborales. Se hizo una contrarreforma laboral que echó a millones de trabajadores y trabajadoras y de pensionistas a las calles. Bueno, tardamos más de una década en poder no solamente reconstruir esos derechos laborales y sociales perdidos, sino que incluso durante esta década, la década de 2020, lo que estamos haciendo es consolidarlos y ampliarlos. Por tanto, creo que lo que necesita España es eso, no son recortes, son la consolidación y el avance de derechos sociales y laborales, y en eso está el Gobierno de España, ¿no? He leído algo así como que quizá no se habían comunicado muy bien o explicado muy bien. Yo creo que todos hemos entendido muy bien lo que quería decir el señor Feijóo, entre otras cosas porque llueve sobre mojado. Es decir, el Partido Popular, cada vez que ha podido gobernar o ha tenido la ocasión de hacerlo, pues ha traído muchos recortes, en este caso a los derechos laborales de muchísimos trabajadores y trabajadoras de nuestro país.
Seguimos con Enrique, Cadena SER.
Buenas tardes, presidente. Es verdad que el secretario general Rutte ha celebrado el aumento del gasto de España, lo acaba de hacer ahora en rueda de prensa, pero quería preguntarle si ha echado en falta algún tipo de mensaje de apoyo a España en público ante los descalificativos que ha hecho Donald Trump esta mañana. Quería preguntarle si el secretario general de la OTAN dice una cosa u otra sobre España en función de si tiene al lado al presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump. Quería pedirle también si nos puede dar algún detalle más de la participación de España en esa nueva misión de la Alianza en el Ártico. Y, por último, en clave nacional, quería preguntarle qué le parece que un juez no le haya permitido a su esposa que asista o le acompañe en esta cumbre. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias por sus preguntas, Enrique. A ver, los datos son los datos, ahí están. Los he dicho antes en la primera de las intervenciones. España ha hecho un esfuerzo extraordinario por pasar del 0,9% en 2018 al 2% del Producto Interior Bruto en defensa en 2026. Para que nos hagamos una idea, Nosotros, España, ha sido el tercer país en el año 2024 y 2025 que más ha aumentado su inversión en defensa de toda la OTAN. El tercer país. Y desde 2018, con una economía que salvo el 2020 cayó, lógicamente, por la pandemia, pero que ahora mismo lideramos entre las grandes economías europeas en términos de crecimiento económico del PIB, nosotros hemos multiplicado por 5. O mejor dicho, voy a ser más preciso y más exacto, perdón. Ha aumentado el gasto en defensa, la inversión en defensa, 5 veces más que el PIB, en un escenario de crecimiento económico. Con lo cual el esfuerzo es ingente, extraordinario, no solamente de compromiso, sino también hasta incluso de la propia gestión. Y eso lo hemos hablado en muchas ocasiones con la ministra de Defensa, con el GEMAD, con el ministro de Exteriores, con el propio embajador. Porque no es una cuestión solo de aumentar la cantidad del gasto en defensa, sino también la capacidad que tiene la Administración de poder absorber en tiempo y forma toda esa cantidad de recursos ingentes y además hacerlo bien, que de verdad sirva para modernizar a nuestras Fuerzas Armadas. Y eso es un dato que, por cierto, sí quisiera poner en valor y que creo que a sus compañeros en reuniones preparatorias con miembros del gabinete y de los ministerios correspondientes pues han tenido ocasión de poder compartir con todos ustedes, con los medios de comunicación. Pero es que ahora mismo, de esos 35.000, casi 35.500 millones de euros que estamos invirtiendo en defensa anualmente, el 44% está destinado a nuevo equipamiento. Cuando creo recordar que la media pues, está poco más allá de un 20% en los Estados miembros de la OTAN, ¿no? Por tanto, no solamente estamos invirtiendo más, sino que estamos invirtiendo en nuevo equipamiento y en la modernización de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, que es precisamente algo necesario y que demandaban nuestras Fuerzas Armadas de manera justa, ¿no? Por tanto, yo creo que en términos tanto de capacidades como de esfuerzo presupuestario, como también de compromiso en despliegue de tropas y de capacidades en muchos de los frentes que desgraciadamente ahora mismo está sufriendo en términos de seguridad muchos aliados de la OTAN, España está presente y es apreciado. Fíjese que hoy, por ejemplo, en lo que es la cumbre, pues no ha sido uno ni dos, sino han sido unos cuantos presidentes y primeros ministros los que han agradecido a España su compromiso y su presencia en sus países, ¿no? Por ejemplo, lo ha hecho el propio presidente Erdogan, donde saben ustedes que desde hace años pues, tenemos desplegada una capacidad de antiaérea de Patriots precisamente para salvaguardar algunas de las zonas que tiene fronterizas Turquía, ¿no? Por tanto, quiero decir con esto que esto es apreciado por los Estados miembros de la Alianza, ¿no? Y, insisto, en todas y cada una de las ocasiones que yo he tenido la oportunidad de poder hablar con el secretario general de la OTAN, esto también me lo ha reconocido el propio secretario general de la OTAN. Por tanto, esto es lo más importante para nosotros y desde luego lo agradecemos porque es verdad que hacen un trabajo extraordinario. Yo he tenido ocasión de poder visitar a las tropas desplegadas, por ejemplo, en el frente oriental hace ya unos años y desde luego todos los presidentes de los países bálticos, por ejemplo, así lo reconocen. He tenido ocasión de hablar con el presidente de Finlandia también, con Estap, que agradece, lógicamente, la participación de España en esta nueva misión. Si le parece, posteriormente, pues el equipo del Ministerio de Defensa le puede decir con mayor precisión cuál va a ser la naturaleza de nuestra participación, pero creo, si la memoria no me falla, ministra, que esto será decidido en el mes de septiembre, cuando se acuerde por parte de todos los países integrantes de esta misión. Pero si hubiera alguna información que se le pueda también trasladar a usted, pues sin ningún problema por nuestra parte, ¿no? Y respecto a la última de las cuestiones, mire, estamos en la OTAN, estamos en Ankara. Yo ya he hablado sobre esta cuestión, tanto en otras ruedas de prensa como también en el Congreso de los Diputados. Conocen cuál es mi posición y con eso me basta.
Seguimos con Basteiro, agencia Bloomberg.
Gracias, presidente. Daniel Basteiro, de Bloomberg. Solo por confirmar, usted y el presidente Trump hablaron en privado. Trump no le comentó nada relativo a las a las declaraciones que hace en público. Tampoco usted se quejó ni le pidió ningún tipo de explicación, entiendo.
Bueno, no, fue una conversación informal, estábamos todos esperando para hacer la foto de familia. Entonces, bueno, pues hemos estado charlando sobre el fútbol, sobre el Mundial, sobre, bueno, pues cuestiones más informales, pero con absoluta y total cordialidad.
Vista la dureza, presidente, de sus declaraciones de Trump y teniendo en cuenta que tampoco es la primera vez, yo querría preguntarle si en este tiempo ha habido alguna consecuencia tangible de esas amenazas que hace Trump y si puede haberla en el marco de esa revisión de la presencia de Estados Unidos en Europa, por ejemplo, en cuanto a las bases que Estados Unidos tiene en España. Y si me permite una segunda cuestión, también el presidente Trump ha dicho que Groenlandia debería estar bajo control de Estados Unidos y no danés. Me gustaría saber cuánto le preocupa que Estados Unidos, que ya desplegó operaciones en Venezuela, en Irán, que podrían parecer a priori poco probables, pues ataque ahora territorio europeo, que estaría dispuesta España a hacer para defenderlo. Gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Daniel. Bueno, yo creo que en sus tres preguntas hay un denominador común que es el de la soberanía. Respecto a lo que haga Estados Unidos con sus tropas desplegadas en Europa, es una decisión soberana que corresponde al gobierno de Estados Unidos y al análisis de seguridad que haga las Fuerzas Armadas estadounidenses. Nosotros ahí no tenemos nada que decir. Lo que sí que puedo trasladar es que desde el punto de vista de la cooperación militar y desde la cooperación de los responsables de defensa, la colaboración es óptima. No hay en absoluto ningún tipo de dificultad, sino todo lo contrario. Un aprecio y una colaboración muy positiva entre las Fuerzas Armadas estadounidenses y las españolas. Pero efectivamente es una decisión soberana que corresponde al Gobierno de Estados Unidos. Nosotros sí que hemos, en ese marco de un reequilibrio en las responsabilidades de seguridad de la OTAN, pues España ha aportado soluciones y ha aportado recursos precisamente para rellenar esos huecos que deja la no presencia o la menor presencia de tropas estadounidenses en Europa. Dos, sobre nuestras relaciones con Estados Unidos. Lo vuelvo a repetir, España es un país que quiere tener las mejores relaciones con todos los países del mundo, singularmente con aquellos países que son aliados, como es el caso de Estados Unidos. Sean cuales sean las administraciones que estén. Esto ha sucedido en muchos otros momentos de la historia de España. Yo he tenido ocasión de coincidir con el presidente Trump en su primera administración, en 2018. He tenido la ocasión de coincidir con el presidente Biden y ahora con el presidente Trump. Tenemos la mejor de las voluntades y el mayor de nuestros compromisos para tener la mejor relación con Estados Unidos, porque creo que son más las cosas que nos unen de las que nos separan. También digo que nosotros tenemos una facultad que es la de, digamos, la defensa de nuestros intereses generales y, lógicamente, también las decisiones soberanas que como país tomamos. Y esas decisiones soberanas son la de responder a las capacidades que no solamente nos pide la OTAN, sino que acordamos con la OTAN el año pasado, antes incluso de la celebración de la Conferencia de La Haya, y, en segundo lugar, pues, lógicamente, el comprometer la capacidad fiscal que somos capaces de comprometer para hacer frente a esas capacidades. La buena noticia es que, como he dicho al principio de mi intervención, hemos cumplido y hemos cumplido con nota. Insisto, somos en 2024 y 2025 el tercer país de 32 que más ha aumentado su gasto en defensa y desde 2018 a 2026, recordemos que estábamos en el 0,9, hoy estamos en el 2%, pues somos un país que ha aumentado 5 veces más que su Producto Interior Bruto el gasto en defensa. Por tanto, el compromiso es total, absoluto y rotundo. Y además lo hacemos pues, con planes, como es el plan que presentamos ante las Cortes Generales y que aprobó el Consejo de Ministros, con planes que refuerzan la industria española y también la industria europea, con más de 10.400 millones de euros de aumento de presupuesto en defensa, en donde 8 de cada 10 euros van destinados a la industria española, a empresas españolas, y 9 de cada 10 euros van destinados al conjunto de la Unión Europea. Y además de ello, participamos en el instrumento SAFE de la Comisión Europea, participamos en el instrumento POOL de la OTAN, somos uno de los principales soportes financieros y militares a Ucrania dentro del marco de la OTAN y de la Unión Europea. En definitiva, estamos presentes en las regiones digamos, más limítrofes con las zonas de conflicto con Rusia. Por tanto, yo creo que los datos son estos. El compromiso de España con la seguridad de la Alianza Atlántica es total, es rotundo. Y creo que más allá de las declaraciones, lo importante son los datos y es la declaración. Y la declaración de la OTAN es algo que, si uno se toma la molestia de leerla, como estoy convencido ustedes han hecho, verá que muchas de las tesis que ha defendido el Gobierno de España están ahí reflejadas. Porque estamos hablando precisamente de esto, de capacidades. Y esto es lo que al final pues corresponde a una alianza, ¿no? El saber qué capacidades se necesitan para hacer frente a los retos comunes y a los desafíos globales pues que nos afectan. Bueno, y Groenlandia, pues efectivamente esa es la tercera soberanía, ¿no? La soberanía nacional y la integridad territorial. Y esto pues es algo que ya saben ustedes que hemos defendido siempre desde España. Cada vez que la cuestión de Groenlandia ha surgido en el debate público, en este caso por parte de la administración estadounidense.
Terminamos con Carlota, de 4.
Hola, presidente. No sé si en esa conversación sobre fútbol que ha tenido con Donald Trump ha salido el polémico tema de la tarjeta roja y la FIFA, que está dando mucho que hablar durante este Mundial. Y luego, sobre las palabras y las críticas de Estados Unidos, decía que es una decisión soberana de ellos retirar las tropas, pero ¿está preparada Europa para en unos meses tapar todos esos agujeros que puede dejar Estados Unidos en la Unión Europea? Luego, no sé si han hablado de los últimos ataques cruzados que ha habido en Irán. Trump ha dado hoy aquí por acabada la tregua, el alto al fuego, y no sé si ha salido en la reunión, si se ha manifestado acerca de ello alguien. También quería preguntarle por si se ha hablado de ese 5% que fue tan polémico el año pasado, que España dijo que no iba a cumplir, que podía hacerlo solo con ese 2%, pero que Rutte insistía en que había que presentar planes. Y para acabar en clave nacional, quería preguntarle por los presupuestos.
Sí.
Hay varios socios que parece que no lo van a poner fácil, entre ellos Junts, que ya está adelantando que va a votar en contra. No sé si han empezado a hablar con ellos, que están dispuestos, hasta dónde están dispuestos a llegar para intentar atraerles a un sí, y si creen que a partir del día 16 de junio, con la decisión del TJUE, puede cambiar algo para que la relación vuelva a mejorar. Gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Carlota, por sus preguntas. Sobre la tarjeta roja no hemos hablado solamente del fútbol y bueno, pues del éxito que es del desarrollo del propio Mundial en Estados Unidos. Algo hemos hablado de golf también, que es el presidente Trump un aficionado a este deporte. Yo no lo practico tanto, pero bueno, hemos estado hablando de estas cosas. Ha sido una conversación absolutamente informal, en buen tono y muy cordial. Son tantas preguntas. Sobre si Europa está preparada, esa decisión soberana de Estados Unidos. Bueno, quiero recordar que Estados Unidos, esta decisión y la administración estadounidense viene anunciándola desde hace ya tiempo. Es decir, no es algo que súbitamente se haya planteado en esta cumbre, sino que ya viene planteándose incluso ya en su primer mandato y desde luego ya desde el inicio de su segundo mandato. Por tanto, creo que, en fin, luego la ministra de Defensa puede ser más explícita y más concreta en esta cuestión, pero en todo caso nosotros, allí donde la OTAN nos ha pedido el poder aportar capacidades para suplir la reducción de la presencia de las Fuerzas Armadas estadounidenses, pues España ha dado un paso al frente. No ha mirado para otro lado, sino que ha aportado, y creo que esto ha sido altamente apreciado por los aliados. 3, efectivamente hemos escuchado las palabras del presidente Trump sobre Irán y, bueno, sabe cuál es nuestra posición. Nosotros lo que queremos es, en fin, que no se inicie de nuevo una guerra. Las guerras son siempre malas noticias, sobre todo para la gente civil, sobre todo y particularmente los niños, las niñas y las mujeres, y por tanto lo que esperamos es que se restablezcan las conversaciones y se consolide el acuerdo de paz. Y en la humilde posición que nosotros podamos tener y contribuir a ello, desde luego lo haremos, ¿no? Y finalmente sobre el 5%, insisto, creo que lo que es relevante en esta declaración de esta cumbre es que la OTAN habla de capacidades, habla de no tanto de los recursos que se tienen que destinar, sino de las capacidades que se deben de aportar. Y creo que esto es algo que hemos defendido siempre desde España. De hecho, quiero recordar, cuando se planteó el tema del 5% el año pasado, ya previamente España había acordado con la OTAN qué capacidades teníamos que poner a disposición de la OTAN para hacer frente a esos desafíos. Y que el coste que implicaba esas capacidades a aportar a la alianza, pues representaban el 2,1% del Producto Interior Bruto. Y esto es algo que hemos siempre sostenido, hemos acordado con la alianza y creemos además que es importante. Y tan importante es el proteger y garantizar la seguridad de nuestros países, como también que la opinión pública comprenda los esfuerzos que estamos haciendo para garantizar esa seguridad. Y, por tanto, el que también sea viable el sostener una mayor capacidad de seguridad y una OTAN más europea, conjuntamente con un estado del bienestar fuerte que haga frente también a una amenaza que sufren nuestras sociedades, que es la desigualdad, creo que es algo que lógicamente legitimaría mucho más esta apuesta que estamos haciendo por la seguridad y la defensa de nuestro país y de nuestro continente y de la Alianza Atlántica. Y respecto a los presupuestos del Estado, somos un gobierno en coalición y en minoría parlamentaria. ¿Esto qué significa? Primero, que somos un gobierno en coalición y, por tanto, tenemos que acordar internamente qué proyecto de presupuestos vamos a presentar a las Cortes Generales y luego, como hemos hecho en otras muchas ocasiones, tendremos que ir a las Cortes Generales y recabar o intentar recabar esos apoyos parlamentarios con los distintos grupos que hay en la Cámara. Y lo hacemos con humildad, pero también con la convicción de que la política económica y fiscal y social que ha llevado a cabo este Gobierno, pues ahí están los resultados. Muchas veces hablamos de los instrumentos, que son importantes, pero más importantes son los resultados. Y España, hace muy poco, en un contexto difícil como el que estamos viviendo, y antes lo comentábamos con la guerra de Irán, ha elevado sus previsiones de crecimiento económico al 2,6% y ha registrado unos niveles de afiliación absolutamente inéditos en nuestra historia, con 22,5 millones de afiliados y afiliadas a la Seguridad Social. Y siendo el tercer país de la Unión Europea que más ha reducido la desigualdad en estos años que llevo al frente del Gobierno, ¿no? Por tanto, los instrumentos son importantes, pero más importantes son los resultados, ¿no? Y creo que los resultados pues demuestran, como me han escuchado decir en muchas ocasiones, que España vive uno de los mejores momentos de su historia democrática, en términos de empleo, en términos de crecimiento y en términos también de reducción de la desigualdad. Nos quedan muchas cosas por hacer, sin duda alguna la principal, la vivienda. No me han preguntado por ella hoy, me van a preguntar seguro, estoy convencido, en otras ruedas de prensa, porque plantearemos también a las Cortes Generales un paquete de medidas de vivienda que espero que en esta ocasión pues pueda contar con el apoyo mayoritario de la Cámara, ¿no? Y bueno, a seguir trabajando, ¿no? Muchísimas gracias por esta comparecencia.
Friedens auf dem europäischen Kontinent und des Wohlstandes, den wir uns erarbeitet haben. Und vielleicht haben viele von uns noch nicht so richtig, ich gebe zu, mir fällt es selber auch schwer, aber noch nicht richtig verinnerlicht, wie bedroht nach 80 Jahren Frieden, Freiheit in Europa genau dies jetzt ist. Und ich werde versuchen, auch noch einmal darzulegen, dass der beste Wohlfahrtsstaat nichts taugt, wenn die Menschen nicht in Frieden und in Freiheit leben können. So, und Ich habe das immer gesagt, auch schon in meiner ersten Regierungserklärung. Priorität für uns ist angesichts dieser Lage die Bewahrung der Freiheit und des Friedens auf dem Teil des Kontinents, auf dem wir leben, und die Wiederherstellung des Friedens und der Freiheit in dem Teil, in dem sie zurzeit in Frage gestellt wird. So. Und Prioritäten zu setzen heißt, bestimmte Dinge sind jetzt besonders wichtig und da müssen andere Dinge leider zurückstehen. Ich habe übrigens gerade Präsident Erdogan in dem Gespräch gesagt, auch deshalb sollten wir alle Bemühungen unternehmen, die in unseren Kräften steht, auch er, um diesen Krieg zu beenden, weil es unsere Gesellschaften mittlerweile sehr beschwert, nicht nur ökonomisch, sondern auch gesellschaftspolitisch. Und deswegen sind wir ja so interessiert daran, Formate zu finden, Diskussionen zu haben, Wege zu finden, wie wir einen Beitrag von uns leisten können, diesen Krieg zu beenden. Dieser Krieg muss enden. Und dann werden wir trotzdem auf Dauer unsere Verteidigungsanstrengungen aufrechterhalten müssen, aber wir können dann wenigstens die Unterstützung der Ukraine in eine wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit mit der Ukraine überführen und dann hätten wir auch ökonomisch wieder größere Freiräume, aber das ist die Reihenfolge.
Sabine Siebold von Reuters. Herr Bundeskanzler, danke für das Briefing. Es gibt seit Jahren Diskussionen in der NATO über eine Osterweiterung im Prinzip der NATO-Pipeline,
Ja.
an die Ostflanke. Jetzt hat der Generalsekretär etwas kryptisch davon gesprochen, dass man 27 Milliarden Euro zur Seite gelegt habe für Investitionen in eine Modernisierung der Treibstoffinfrastruktur oder so hat er gesagt. Ist das jetzt ein Rahmenabkommen zur Verlängerung der Pipeline nach Osten oder was bedeutet das?
Also richtig ist jedenfalls, dass die NATO-Streitkräfte, und wir sind ja im sogenannten Operationsplan Deutschland auch dabei, uns mit diesen Themen innenpolitisch zu beschäftigen. Die NATO-Streitkräfte brauchen Infrastruktur und Versorgung. So, und dazu gehört natürlich auch die Versorgung mit Energie, mit Sprit, mit Diesel, mit Benzin, mit Jetfuel. Und wie das organisiert werden kann, darüber sprechen wir schon seit geraumer Zeit. Und das hat hier am
Mr. Netanyahu has been critical of aspects of your relationship in the last couple of days with President Erdogan of Turkey. He said that Erdogan has imperial ambitions on neighboring countries, presumably including Syria.
Well, he hasn't been involved with Syria. If you think, he hasn't been involved with Israel at all, and he's left it alone. I wouldn't say he's a friend, because he's not a friend of, as you know, of Netanyahu, of Bibi. They don't get along, I think. But, for me, he's been great. Look, Turkey's been fantastic and a fantastic ally. They're also a NATO country. And Israel, no president's done as much for Israel as I have. Nobody even close. If you look at, just look at all the things with Jerusalem, all the different things that we've done. The Golan Heights, I did things. Nobody has ever done anything for Israel like me. And we made tremendous progress, and we've made a lot of progress with Iran too. Wiped out their military, but they should have been done 47 years ago.
And if I could, do you think that that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be re-elected? There's an election coming in Israel, or would you like to see new blood?
I can tell you this: he's been a great wartime president. We worked as a prime minister. So we worked with each other very closely, and we went through a very big thing. We did a big thing together, and in my opinion, he's been a great wartime prime minister. I don't know anything about his politics. I'm not sure. I would think he should be popular because he did a very good job. We had and have a very good relationship, but he was a great wartime prime minister.
President Trump said,
If you had other prime ministers, you know what? There wouldn't be in Israel right now. You know that? There wouldn't be. It would have been blown to pieces by Iran. If you had a weak prime minister, you wouldn't have, and if you had a different president, I guarantee there wouldn't be an Israel. Israel wouldn't exist today if you didn't have me as president.
President
Mr.
Trump,
President, you said
new data from the Energy Information Administration revealed that U.S. crude oil production set a new record in the month of April under your leadership.
That's right.
Why is it important to keep hitting numbers like this at this moment in time? Why is it important that you were able to get this done and keep it on this trajectory?
Well, when we decided to do this, it's called the denuclearization of Iran. We have to do it. We have to have. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon, and they admit they're never going to have it. But they behave badly. Always behave badly. There's something wrong with them. But when we did this, we thought oil would go much higher, and it didn't go very high. And now it's coming way down, and you're going to see oil drop very low. Now maybe we'll do some other things that could lift it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to lift it a lot at all. I think oil is coming down. There's tremendous amounts of oil. Scott, what would you say about that?
Yes, so record production under President Trump in his first term. Now in his second term, the U.S. is an energy superpower. It's why we weathered the conflict better than anyone else. And just this weekend, Bloomberg wrote that there is an oil glut out there. And we think that safe, secure American oil maybe even should trade at a premium to the rest of the world.
So we have, if you add it up, you take Saudi Arabia and take Russia, two big oil producers, we do more than twice as much. We do more than, so think of it, Saudi Arabia, Russia put together, we do more oil, and that's not including Venezuela. It's pretty amazing. And this all happened during my term. We started it as first term. Biden blew it because he had no idea what he was doing. But we are producing more oil right now than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined by almost double. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
You said that dealing with the Iranians is a waste of time. How do you plan to get the nuclear material and the nuclear assurances that you want?
Well, we've already got the nuclear material because it's so far underground, nobody's going to be able to get it except us because we have the equipment that can get it. But I call it the nuclear dust. The nuclear material is so far down underneath a mountain, and now that's been determined, that it would take
Mr. President, on oil prices
Quick
today.
domestic question. You announced on Truth Social a couple days ago that Walmart was cutting the price for pound beef by 15%. How big of a deal is that for American customers this summer?
So Walmart has agreed to cut their prices very substantially because things are going down. We're getting it down. We inherited very high prices. We inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, or 48 years to be exact, but I don't believe that. I think it's in history. So under Biden, they had tremendous inflation. Under the Democrats, we had tremendous inflation, record-setting inflation. And now, inflation is way down. Everything is great. We have, the prices are coming down, but we inherited, they talk about they use different words to describe it. They had very high prices. the prices are coming down. And when the oil comes, the oil is coming way down. The oil dropped by 50% in the last month. And when that comes down, it brings everything else down. No, it's affordability. And they came up with the word affordability. Like, I take over, I'm there for one day, and they say, affordability, affordability. I said, I've been here for one. Remember with the eggs, the first day or 2 days later, I have my first news, and they talked about eggs. They said the eggs have gone up 5 times. I've been in office for one day. And I said, well, we'll have to do something. In fact, they told me not to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt at the White House. I should use plastic. I said, we're not doing that. And by the time we came, that was a couple of months later, that happened, and we ordered thousands of eggs. And right now, eggs are way down. The prices are way down, and they're coming down further. So they made up a phony word that they used. They said affordability. They're the ones that caused the affordability prices. I did, but I brought it down. And the oil is coming down very big.
Mr. President, Brent crude is up slightly today on the announcement
yeah,
that
because we hit them. Anytime we hit them, it goes up a little bit, $2.
Is that what you mean? Is that what you meant when you said that we might see oil prices lift a little in response
a little
to?
bit, yeah, $2, very little. It's down from, let's say, $135 down to $69. It's dropping, and everything else drops. As oil goes, so goes everything else. But anytime if we hit Iran, oil goes up a little bit. It's all right.
Mr. President, do you think
And you know
Israel...
what we're doing? We're de-nuking it, all right? We're de-nuking Iran. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. All right, one more question?
Sir, do you think Israel should withdraw troops from southern Lebanon?
Well, I talked to Bibi about that. Yeah, I think they're going to. I think they want to. I don't think it's a question of me. I think it's a question they want to. And they're getting along with Lebanon. They're signing deals with Lebanon. First time ever. Marco, talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, we have an agreement that, and it calls, that's the goal at the end. Obviously, Israel's concerned about their security. But the president did a great job bringing those two countries together for the first time
It's a
ever.
big thing. First time in many years, right? So we have a deal with Israel and Lebanon. And, yeah, they'll leave. And I think it's going to work out very well. But we're here for this because Syria has turned around as fast as I've ever seen. Well, actually, I turned the United States around very fast, too. I inherited from a man who was not smart, not a smart person. We inherited from a man where they were running this country so badly with the open borders. Think of it, 25 million people allowed into our country. And that includes 11,888 murderers, most of whom murdered more than one person, okay? And we got most of them out, or we have them in jail, and we've done a great job. Washington, D.C. now is considered one of the safest cities in the country. If he came to Washington, D.C. a year and a half ago, he'd fear for his life, even though he never feared for his life before, because it was very dangerous. But somehow his territory might have even been a little more dangerous. I joke because, you know, he comes from a rough environment. Would you say that's right, Tom Barrett? It's sort of funny to think. I don't think he'd be too concerned with Washington a year and a half. But we had a very, very unsafe Washington, D.C., and now it's one of the safest cities in the country. We put the military in. Washington went from being an unsafe to one of the safest cities, and crime is down 94%. We don't play games. And we removed over 5,000 career criminals, many of whom came in through the open borders of Joe Biden. We did the same thing with Memphis, Tennessee. We did the same thing with in Louisiana. You have to speak to the governor, because New Orleans, the crime rate is down 78% in a little while, and they had the best Mardi Gras they've ever had. So we're doing a good job, and he's done a great job too. And I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You can head out right there. Thank you, guys.
2.
Baktılar, bir
Trump
sorun
dinleyecek
yoktu.
ya. Biliyorum. Evet, 2'den çıkıyorum, duyuyor musun? Tamam.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff. And you know, our team out here, they've all become stars, superstars actually. But we want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO Summit here in Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan, who's really a great man. He's a great leader. He's a friend of mine, been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person, a very strong personality, and that's why he runs such a successful and good country, and really a great, I would say, a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone. But he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airports were beautiful. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful. And so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. You got a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see this, because every one of them spoke for a little while, and I spoke for a little while. And it's a lot of speeches. We kept it short, but it's too bad the press couldn't have seen what we were doing in that room, because it was very smart people, and they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They're all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated, their radar's gone. Everything's gone, their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the launchers, missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far, not even close, everybody admits it. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending, and it's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think, a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense. And that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%. And we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in a way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment, the Patriots and the Tomahawks, and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me, it's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought-after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries. For everybody, including ourselves, we have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase. We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times more. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them. The drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, now China is a much higher tariff. It's just 100% tariff because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them a year and a half to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it to you in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply it. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social these are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or Tomahawk missile, or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies, and Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the most sophisticated drones in the world. And we're a real, I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. And the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times. And it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the course of the past 2 days, I had a number of excellent discussions with other leaders at the summit and held productive bilateral meetings with essentially all of them. We had dinner last night. Just about all of them were there. President Erdogan of Turkey, as well as President Zelensky, and he just came in, as you probably saw, had a little press conference, and also President al-Shara of Syria, who's doing an unbelievable job in unifying Syria. What a job he's doing. Syria was a mess with what happened with the previous government, you know that. Very dangerous place, and now it's just come together. He's done a fantastic job. People are talking about it. In every conversation, it was clear that America is back, and we're stronger and bigger and better than ever before. We have more jobs, as I said, than ever before. And we're respected again like maybe never before. We are so respected as a country. That's why I wish I told the Secretary General, Mark, I said, it's too silly, and it won't be quite as good, but who knows. It was amazing, actually. The unity in that room was incredible. Really a love. It was sort of pretty wild. There was a love in that room that was great. So this was a tremendously successful summit. And again, I want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, and President, so many of the presidents, prime ministers. They were all here from NATO, the NATO countries. And in particular, we have to thank the Secretary General Mark Rutte for doing a fantastic job. He really put on a tremendous, his was just something, he's a unifier. He's a tremendous unifier. So I could take a few questions. We've done a few of these already today, so I don't think we should take too many. I don't think we should take, wait. So we're going to keep it a little bit short, and I know a lot of you are going home. Some are going with me. So go ahead, please. Sir, yes. Yes. No. The gentleman right here. The very tall gentleman who's very insecure. He doesn't want to ask the question. He's a handsome guy, but he's very insecure. Go ahead. Do you want to shout it out? Give him a mic. How about giving him a mic? You shout it out.
And yet, the Iran war seems to be a strategic dead end for you. Why are you apparently unable to end the Iran war?
So I think we're doing just the opposite. The Iran war has been a tremendous military success. And, you know, I can only answer the question by saying they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think it's been, I was there for one reason, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I call it, we denuclearize Iran, and that's happened. They will never have a nuclear weapon. That stuff is so far down under a mountain. It's a granite mountain that collapsed on top of it. Take months to get it out. I think it's a tremendous success, Iran. And you see the oil prices are lower than they were when I started. And people like to say that, but look, they have no military left. Their air force is gone. As I said, their ships are gone. 159 ships are gone. They're at the bottom of the sea. Their radar's gone. Everything's gone. So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had like 6%, 5%. They have, they want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal. And then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance. And they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people. But I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of a very, a person who was, killed a lot of people. Khomeini killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for, they were the bully of the Middle East. So they're a much different country. Now, in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone. And they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too, because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one, because they're scum. That's the way they act. And that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there. We did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war. And they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your border czar. Remember, she was a border czar, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months. 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. They had We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao.
Who you with?
NTD
Why don't you say your
Television.
name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now
Yeah.
you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice, it's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. So think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think they're...
I got to know them. So
I've
said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
Well, I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election. But I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there, if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually, we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. And we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. 1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is more important than anything we can talk about is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons, and we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions, too, with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with
Well, I speak about it a lot because, you know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me. You're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm #1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm #1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm #1 on. I like being #1 on TikTok better, but I'm #1 on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Say what?
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe, to a couple of bases, actually 1 in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it because it's truly magnificent. Yeah, please? Go ahead. You want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, Harici Media, Tunç Akkoç, Türkiye. Mr. President, it seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might. Yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit. You know, it's what we use their language. We speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly, and we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait. The boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil, And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term. Okay, go ahead, Red.
Today, Ines Delegate with MS Now, you said today that countries...
You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now, that's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now, can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead, let's go. When do you hear this question?
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but you know Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need the help, but if we would have wanted the help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines, and I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah, green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Eda Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey. Mr. President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and he was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan, and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just tell him, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelical, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane. And it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful, militarily, it's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind, but my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. He was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.